Out of the water box, your first pair, first round. Pro Eliminator, Cade Spires, Clinton, Illinois. The 66 Nova, dialed in a 750. He'll give up the head start to Travis East, the Beast, out of Casey, Illinois. The Mustang, Cedar City Motors Lane with an 823 dial-in. Off they go. Better light for Spires as they head down track. Wind light's going to flash for Travis East. The double breakout win for East as he goes 822 on his 823. He's 1 under, 4 under, 746 on the 750 for Spires. At the starting line now, this is Ralph Craig and Brad Talbert. Craig in the green Pontiac Firebird, dialed in a 686 for Talbert. His number is 737. The car is for sale if you like it. Red light start for Ralph Craig, automatic win for Brad Talbert. At the finish line, Talbert with a 734 on his 737. Doesn't matter for Ralph Craig, tossing away a dead-on 686 on a 686 at 97. Kim Chase coming up now, cleaning out the throttle there on the Barracuda, the runner out of Gibson City, Illinois. Takes on Miles Blakely. Blakely from Urbana, the People's Performance car. 655 to dial, pit side, 719 tower side. Chase gets to go first, tower side. Red light start for Blakely. Chase gets the round win. He'll be back for round 2. Kim Chase with a 717 on his 719. He breaks out. A bunch of breakouts so far for Miles Blakely. 657 in the red light start at 103. Here's Max Lang alongside Dean Willenberg. Old Dino over there pit side in the lime green Dodge Dart. The T-Town runner thinks he's going to go 646. His competition also dialed 646. Ditto dial for Max Lang. Better light for the green Mopar. At the finish line, he'll turn on the wind bulb. 646 with an 8. Wow, what a drag race. 646 with an 8 on his 646. He's dead on. So is Max Lang. 646 with a 1 on his 646. The whole shot win going to Dean Willenberg. Here's Daryl Thompson alongside the Mopar of Kelly Dom. Not sure who's driving it today. I don't think that's Kelly. Daryl Thompson with a 755 dial. The Mopar pit side with a 676. Off and running at the big end. It is the Mopar of Kelly Dom for the win. 686 on the 676 at 87. Way off pace for Thompson. 784 at 88. April Isley pulls up now. AP out of Charleston, Illinois in her Cavalier. She's one of those Eastern Illinois rat racers. She takes on Bob Dillon, the 46 Ford Coupe pit side out of Dalton City. He's trying to go 752. She's trying to go 766. At the finish line, win light says April Isley for the win. Dillon breaks out. He goes 3 under, 749 on the 752. Isley is safe, 770 on her 766 at 83. Here is Eddie Northcraft, the Pontiac Ventura out of Sullivan, Illinois. 754 the dial in, taking on Mikey Robinson. Robinson from Arcola in his 96 Mustang. Northcraft will go first. The white car with a 754 dial in gets the head start. Mikey Robinson gives up a half a bulb. 727 the dial in, pit side. Little staging duel going on there. Now they're both in. Virtually identical reaction times. Finish line and the double breakout win goes to Mikey Robinson. He is 2 under, Northcraft 9 under, 725 for Robinson on the win. Northcraft way under, 745 on his 754 at 87. Kim Niemeyer and Josh Chase coming up now. Niemeyer, the white Mustang tower side from Humboldt. His dial in is 660. He gives up almost a second and a half to Josh Chase. Chase on his 801 dial, there he goes. Chase has the advantage at the stripe. Can he make it stick? He does. Niemeyer breaks out trying to catch him. How about this for Chase? A 7,000s package. No, a 12,000s package, excuse me. As he goes 506 and 801 with a 6. 12,000 package for Chase. Niemeyer breaks out by 2, 658 on the 660. Mark Manley, Ed Buckles coming up now. Manley, tower side from Paxton, Illinois, in his 68 Camaro. His number is 652. Ed Buckles, pit side. He'll get the head start trying to go 697. Off they go. Big end of the track. It's going to be Manley for the win. 655 on the 652. He is 3 off. Buckles goes 4 off, 703. Excuse me, 6 off. 703 on the 697 at 97. Here's Jeff Blickensderfer, tower side. Blick out of Oakley, Illinois, in his 65 Plymouth, the Belvedere over here tower side, alongside the 67 Camaro piloted by Joe Hyde from Lincoln, Illinois. Hyde with a 728 dial in. Blick with a 753. The gold car, excuse me, tower side gets to go first. Clean and green as they head down track. Blick is an hour and a half late. Hyde makes him pay. Hyde with a 728 with a 5 on his 728. Dead on with a 5. He is your winner. Blick 3 under, 750 on the 753. Coming up next, these two cars rolled off the showroom floor about the same era. The 65 Plymouth tower side, the headache car of Dave Doss. Doss from Macon, Illinois. 40 years since that car has rolled down the drag strip. Last weekend he brought it out after a 40-year absence alongside Ron Veach. Veach, Charleston, Illinois, 827 is his dial in, 760 for the 440 Mopar. Veach out of the gate. Here comes Doss. Doss had the better light. They both break out. The closer breakout. How about an 826 with a 9.9 on the 827? Can't get any closer than that and break out. Doss goes way under 744 on his 760. So Ron Veach will advance to round 2. Here's Nick Harlan and Nicky Romine. Nick at night, tower side. Danville, Illinois. His Camaro with a 771 dial in. For Nicky Romine, she's trying to go 8 flat. Pit side in the white Dodge Demon. Hey, don't forget, coming up in just a few minutes, it'll be time for our exhibition cars. Nicky Romine for the win, 802 on her 8 flat. She is the winner. For Nick Harlan, 2 under, 769 on the 771 at 90 miles an hour.
What type of car is it? It's a Dodge SRT. Copy that.
So attention in the pit area, we have someone blocking a racer's pit area. It's a Dodge SRT. You need to move that. It's in Niemeyer's pit area over here along the return road. So you need to move that vehicle immediately. The Dodge SRT blocking Kim Niemeyer's pit area. Terry Willard breaks out. excuse me, he red lights, I'm sorry. And he went 727 on his 727. Tony Lyons, your winner, 795 on the 794 at 87. So once again, there's a Dodge SRT blocking Kim Niemeyer's pit area. We need you to move it immediately, or about 8 strong guys will move it for you. They'll pick it up and push it over the hill. Mo Russell alongside Nikki Little. Nikki tower side in the Dodge Challenger. She's trying to go 880. Mo Russell, the 70 Duster pit side, 744 the dial in over there. So the orange car gets to go first. Once again, there is a Dodge SRT blocking a pit area. It needs to be moved immediately. Nikki is down track. Here comes Mo Russell. A lot of ground to make up. Can he do it? No. The double breakout win for Nikki Little, 879 with an 8 on her 879. She went 012 on the tree. Russell was in trouble at the start, 740. Breakout on the 744. Here's Cassie Edwards-Wilson and Tommy Harlan. Both of these two have been champions before here at Coles County Dragway, USA. Cassie in her Camaro. Harlan in his Camaro, that's the one in the pit lane. He's trying to go 658. She's trying to go 849. Oh, so close. Red light for Harlan. How about a 499 with a 9 red light for Harlan? Cassie, 847 on the 849. Harlan, 660 on his 658. But he went 499 red. Camaro's a pair on the starting line, the 1997 Camaro. That's Clayton Patrick out of Mattoon. 780 is his number. His competition, the 69 Camaro. Old Frankie over there, Gail Cook. Sullivan, Illinois, he's trying to go 656. Exhibition cars coming up. Super Pro cars stand by. Super Pro stand by. Cook hustling down track, trying to catch Patrick. And he does. Gail Cook had the better light. He is your winner. 657 on the 656. Gail Cook, your winner. Clayton Patrick goes 2 off 782 on his 780 in a losing effort. Rick Scott, pit side. Corey Butler, tower side. Butler in the Mustang, 750 the dial in. For Rick Scott, 672 is his dial in the high and handsome 55 Bel Air. The red eye gets him. Rick Scott with the red light start. Corey Butler, the automatic win. Corey Butler, 749 on the 750 at 89 miles an hour. Rick Scott goes red, 672 with an 8 on the 672. The race car ran the number, the driver just a little too early. Coming up now, this is going to be Tyler Buford. Buford, Mattoon, Illinois, the 86 Trans Am. That's the car in the tower lane, JT Muffler lane. The car in the pit lane, Cedar City Motor side, that is Rob Fisher. We call him the Rain Man in the $1 Million Malibu. The Humboldt racer with an 831 dial-in. Here comes Buford trying to make up ground on Fisher. Fisher down track. Win light says Fisher for the win. 832 on the 831. He is your winner. Buford goes 1 off as well. 698 on the 697. That race 1 on the starting line. Better reaction time for the Rain Man. Don Colbert, Bethany, Illinois. The 69 Chevelle will take on Jesse Brandt. Pit lane. the Mattoon runner with the 1987 Oldsmobile. 790 the dial in for Jesse Brandt. 762 for Colbert. Off they go. Advantage to Brandt as they get down track. Brandt for the win. 793 on the 790 at 79. For Don Colbert, 774 at 88. Dan Murphy coming up now. Gus over there pit side. Gus will make the single into round number 2. Off he goes. Red light start. Doesn't matter. It's just a time pass for him. 750 with a 4 on the 750 at 90 miles per hour. So coming up next, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for some exhibitions for you. Match racing action coming up. And we're going to start it out with some high-flying super stockers. If you've ever been to an NHRA national event, this is the way they do it. They'll plant them on the back bumper for you and head down track. The high flyers right here, and we got a pair of good ones here. Both of them have been national event winners, I believe. Certainly class winners in their class. NHRA legal super stockers coming out of the water box right now. It's going to be Larry Hodge, tower side, Don O'Malley, pit lane. Larry Hodge out of LaPlace, Illinois. Super stock K automatic. It's an 86 Monte Carlo, sponsored by Larry Hodge Racing Tire and Wheel. That is his business. Alongside Don O'Malley, Decatur, Illinois, the 64 Corvette. Spectators, please move to the other side of the return road. Spectators, please move to the other side of the return road. We can't run until you do. Kodak moment for you there as they hang them high. Down track they go. O'Malley gets there first, 619. 619 at 107 for Don O'Malley. Larry Hodge, 633 at 105. Wheels up. Start for both of those racers. Coming up now, E85 feeding the power plants here with a little nitrous assist coming up. Small block Chevy power for both of these racers as they back up and get ready to stage. Steve Hoke, Tolono, Illinois. 68 Corvette. Craig Gilmore, turn on your radio. Craig Gilmore, turn on your radio. You see the purge of the nitrous oxide right there for Mike Donnell, the high roller. Mike Donnell, no. Craig Gilmore to the ticket booth. Craig Gilmore to the ticket booth. Steve Hoke, Tolono, Illinois. 540 cubic inch, small block. Mike Donnell, 71 Camaro, small block, E85 power. Those were supposed to be pro. 577 for Steve Hoke. 577 for Steve Hoke. Mike Donnell, 609. 609 at 113. So for Terry Bullock, 2012 Camaro. This is a brand new race ride. Factory hot rod right here. Bullock off and running. Former Super Gas campaigner at the stripe. 705. 705 at 107. If you like the rumpity rump of the supercharger, that's in the tower lane. Injected altered action over there in the pit side. Tower side of the track. Dave Schaefer, the second chance car, the supercharged altered, alongside the injected car of John Milam. How about the ride there for Schaefer? Lifting the front wheels at 300 feet, sets them down, picks them up again, out the back door to a 5:13. 5:13 at 110. 5:38 there for Milam at 89 miles an hour. So the stout burnout there for the supercharged car. He'll hustle back from that long, smoky burnout. Getting those big tires all sticky and ready to go here as he gets set to lay down and pass here. JT Muffler side of the track, Gale Jenkins. Small block power out in front of the driver. He calls it the bad habit. Looks like a fun ride to me. Alongside small block Chevy Power, they're doing it injected style. Lauren Moore, the young lady, that's Lauren Sneerly. Recently married. Are they in? Okay. Gale Jenkins, supercharged car versus the injected car. Here they come. So an early shut-off here, tower side, 5:21. 5:21 at 94 for Gale Jenkins. Lauren Moore with a 6:58. 6:58 at 80 miles an hour. So once... Motion Raceway Street Eliminator to lanes 5 and 6. Motion Raceway Street Eliminator to lanes 5 and 6. Novice Street to lane 9. So this is just a quick bracket race right here. 5 quick cars qualified in on a ladder, and they will match up here until we get down to 1. Now if they lose, they immediately come back to round 1 of Super Pro if they are entered. McConnell down track. Here comes Walt Edwards. Finish line says it is McConnell taking the win. 560. 560 on the 554. He had the light by a bunch. Edwards was 7 off. 571 on his 564. So Jason McConnell will move on to the next round. The burnout there for the injected Ford-powered dragster of Dana Coots. Rolling out of their shop this year. Parked the long car. This one, actually, I'm told is a little bit longer, but the way it's configured, it doesn't look that way to me. Injected Ford power with nitrous assist. 475 the dial-in. The JRC performance-built power plant behind the driver. He gets to take on number 5 qualified Larry Zahn. Zahn with the door slammer 596 the dial-in and the Mini Beefer 2 Nova. Coots in the dragster with a 475. Both racers pulling up, getting set to stage up here. This is round number 1 of the JT Muffler Quick 8. Super Pro to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Here comes Coots, charging hard. He red lighted his chances away. Larry Zahn gets the automatic win. 598 on the 596 at 115. So far, 2 door slammers advance. At least one will be in your final. Larry Zahn for the win. Dana Coots, 474. So for Coots, the car runs the number 474 at 144. The driver, 9 thousandths too quick with a 491 light. Your number 1 qualifier in the JT Muffler Quick 8. Backing up from that burnout right now, that is John Tilford. The Tilford Racing JT Muffler Special. He's bringing out the little car here today, but with a lot of sentimental value. Bob Cheney built this car originally for John way back when. It's been through a lot, but Bob built a good and safe car. And here it is. Big power plant behind the driver. Your number 1 qualifier, 458. His qualifying number, he's trying to hit a 456. Off he goes. Drops the chutes, 458 with a 6. 458 on his 456 at 149. So your first set in the water box right now, this is going to be Matt Cheney and Brad Talbert. We mentioned Bob Cheney built the dragster that John Tilford was driving along with some other folks out here today. That was Matt's grandpa. 679 the dial for Matt Cheney, 735 for Brad Talbert. Attention in the pit area, there is still a car in Kim Niemeyer's pit area, a Dodge SRT. You need to move it. You need to move it right now. Brad Talbert will get the win, 749 on the 735. Matt Cheney runs dead on, but he's dead late. 679 on his 679, not good enough. Reaction time killed him there. Pontiac Jack alongside Chad Lance. Pontiac Jack Tower Side out of Cerro Gordo, Illinois. 670 is his dial-in. For Chad Lance, it's a 586. Pontiac Jack down track. Here comes Lance. Lance for the win. 588 on his 586. He is your winner. 671 on the 670 at 100 miles an hour. Better light for Chad Lance. Joel Leischer coming up alongside Troy Salazar. Leischer in the Bad Pond Racing Pontiac Firebird. Salazar in the dragster. Leischer heading down track. Here comes Salazar. Advantage Leischer. Leischer for the win. 688 with an 8 on his 688. For Salazar, 562 with a 2 on a 562. Both of them run dead on. Better light for Joel Leischer. Next up, the big smoky burnout for the Dodge Challenger. Justin Coots backing up alongside Ron Zinn, Papa Zinn, Shelbyville, Illinois. What'd he say? Steve Moss. Steve Moss, please move your Dodge immediately. It is in an assigned pit area. You're blocking a racer. Justin Coots, Ron Zinn up next. Coots 563 the dial, Zinn 738. So once again, Steve Moss, please move your car immediately. Coots down track. He's got the better light. But he cannot win. The double breakout to Papa Zinn. 737 on the 738 for Zinn. He is your winner. Coots took the stripe but broke out by more, 562 at 121. Here's Randy Protz and Bobby Paul coming up next. Randy in the Vega wagon, Bobby, the King Rat there in the S10 pickup truck. Once again, Motion Raceway Street Eliminator to 5 and 6, Novice Street to lane 9. 607 the dial in for Protz, 743 for Bobby Paul. Red light start for Bobby Paul. Protz will get the automatic win. Randy Protz with a 605 on his 607. He breaks out. It doesn't matter. Red light start for Bobby Paul, 744 at 91. Out of the water box. Backing up to the starting line right now, that's Bob Wright from Oakwood, Illinois in his 1986 Dodge Omni. 416 cubic inches of Mopar power under the hood. He'll take on Tim Purcell. Purcell from Decatur, Illinois. Purcell with a 678 dial. Bob Wright, 639. The orange car gets to go first. Happy Gilmore to the tech booth, please. Happy Gilmore to the tech booth, please. Away they go, advantage to Wright as they head down track. Finish line says it's Bob Wright for the win. 641 on the 638 at 103. For Tim Purcell, it's a 678 at 100 miles per hour. Here's Eric Cooper on the Kawasaki. Cooper will pair up alongside Rick Willenberg in the Panther Pink Barracuda, the All-American racer out of Dietrich, Illinois. He's trying to go 573, 647 for Eric Cooper on the motorcycle. Cooper off and running. Here comes Willenberg. At the big end of the track, it's going to be Rick Willenberg for the win. He is one off, 574 on his 573. Cooper goes dead on, 647 on his 647. So the whole shot win there for Rick Willenberg. Bob Weaver, Gary Landgrebe coming up next. Weaver tower side, that's the dark blue Chevelle. Landgrebe pit side, that's the light blue Chevelle. Weaver, former winner of the Ray Evans No Box Nationals. Gary Landgrebe, your Hoosier man, he's trying to go 616. Weaver off and running on his 665. How about that launch for Gary Landgrebe? He is your winner, 617 on the 616 at 105. For Bob Weaver, 675 off the 665. Dial in. So Landgrebe one off, picks up the round. Wait. Novice street drivers, report to your cars. Novice street drivers, report to your cars. This is Doug Kennedy, Tom Jameson. Kennedy with a 657 dial in. He gets a 2-bulb, 1 second head start over Tom Jameson. 559 is his dial in. So you can watch the tree countdown. 2 bulbs head start for the orange car. Jameson loses fire right there on the starting line. Kennedy jazzes it a couple of times. He's good by 4, 661 on the 657. Jameson loses fire right there at the start. He's got her fired back up. He'll idle on back to his pit area. And he will have to buy back if he wants to run in round number 2. Once again, all novice drivers, report to your cars. Novice street drivers, please report to your cars. Tommy Harlan, tower side, the hitman in his 77 Camaro. He's trying to go 658. Just a touch of a head start over Mark Dunlap. That is the lemon yellow Malibu, pit side out of Paris, Illinois. 646 the dial in over there. Both of them hanging them high as they head down track. Finish line, it's going to be Harlan taking the win. Dunlap takes the stripe. He breaks out by 5. 641 on the 646. Harlan is safe by 1. 659 on his 658 at 101. Cleaning up a little bit of fluid there on the starting line. We'll get back to action as quick as we can with Ryan Zinn and Donnie Davis. Ryan Zinn, Pana, Illinois. That's the JT Muffler lane. He's in the Vega. He's trying to go 650. His competition, Cedar City Motorside, Donnie Davis. Dino Donnie over there. 620 for Dino, pit side. Big end of the track, it's going to be Zinn for the win once again. 653 on the 650 for Ryan Zinn, 102 for the speed. Davis goes 4 off 624 on his 623, or excuse me, 624 on the 620 at 104. Moving forward out of the water box right now, this is going to be Brandy Protz. Brandy Michelle in the former Milk and Cookies car.
Vinny, do you see my person on the other side of the track?
She'll pair up alongside Jason English. English from Metcalf, Illinois. Attention, spectators, you need to move to the west side of the return road. Thank you. Red light start for English. Brandy gets the round win. Brandy Protz with a 747 on her 727. She's 2/10 off, but it doesn't matter. 747 at 78. English red light start 648 at 109. Motion Raceway Top Eliminator. Motion Raceway Top Eliminator. Please report to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Motion Raceway Top Eliminator to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Here's Dale Short. Short out of Shelbyville, Illinois, taking on Cody Willenberg, the CW Motorsports dragster. Willenberg trying to go 619, Short a 547. Dragster goes first. Motion Raceway Top Eliminator to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Red light start for Willenberg. Dale Short 546 on his 547. He gets the win. Red light start for Willenberg. 619 on his 619. Here's Steve Rogers. Rogers pit side in the Thunderbird. Vic Seeley with a 581 dial, tower side. So once again, Motion Raceway Top Eliminator to 1, 2, 3, and 4. Motion Raceway Top Eliminator to 1, 2, 3, and 4. Vic Seeley, 581 the dial. Steve Rogers, a 790, 719, excuse me, for the dial in. Here comes Vic Seeley charging hard. Perfect 000 light for Seeley, but he breaks out. Steve Rogers takes the win. 722 on the 719 at 96. Vic Seeley breaks out. He goes 5 under 576 on his 581. He had a perfect 000 light. So if it's any consolation, he'll pick up the 5-0 Buffalo certificate for 5 free Buffalo wings from Buffalo Wild Wings in the Mattoon Marketplace. Jeff Duncan, Terry Willard coming up now. Duncan out of Booty, Illinois. 588 the dial in on Jamie Alexander's Nova. Taking on Terry Willard in the Battle of the Borrowed Cars. Jay Brown's Camaro with a 727 dial in. So some fluid out of Jamie Alexander's car. Single coming up here for Terry Willard. Willard off and running. We'll get that cleaned up for Jeff Duncan. Willard 728 on a 727 at 91. So the burnout's complete for the two dragsters. Tower side, Walt Edwards. Home base out of Charleston, Illinois, actually about a mile east of here. The Cedar City Motors lane, Cedar City Motors sponsored car in the JT Muffler lane. 567 is his dial-in. Taking on Mark Hopper, the Hopper Towing and Racing entry out of Mattoon. 516 the dial-in, pit side. So dragsters a pair to finish up here in round number 1. Off they go. Edwards with the stellar 003 light, but he breaks out. Takes the stripe, breaks out by 1. Mark Hopper for the win. Runs the number dead on. 516 with a 3 on the 516 at 131. Ladies and gentlemen, you'll want to take a gander at this bike right here. This is Kevin Billingsley out of Clay City, Illinois. My guess is this will probably be the fastest motorcycle you'll ever see. Currently the track record holder here at Coles County. 478, the track record at 144 miles an hour. He laid down a pretty good pass before, but this time he says he's going to spray it. He's going to see if he can match or better his track record 478. So, Cedar City Motors lane, Kevin Billingsley. Well, not going to happen on that pass as he missed the shift. 621 at 94. Both of them trying to get him hooked up here. The red Mustang's going to get there first. How about a 998? 998 at 77. 1093 pit side for the silver Mustang. Off he goes. 785 at 92. Trying to get under that 639 mark. How about a 638? 638 at 104 for the Mopar. 638 at 104. That was the number he was looking for. Jones down track in the Camaro. 585. 585 at 117. With that, we'll go ahead and call Sportsman to lanes 5, 6, 7, and 8. Sportsman to 5, 6, 7, and 8. Sportsman 5, 6, 7, and 8.
From the red truck. They're dialing on the red car. What does it say?
11:10.
So Cody Dawson alongside Kelly Edwards. Dawson dialed in at 11:10. Kelly Edwards 10:24. Drivers, please remember to put your dial-ins on your race vehicle where we can see them from the tower. That means on the left side, driver's side of your race car. Cody Dawson goes red. Kelly Edwards gets the win. 10:05 on her 10:24. She breaks out. Doesn't matter. 10:99 on the 11:10 for Cody Dawson. Coming up now, this is Sam Zahn, the Chevy Avalanche, alongside Steve Mailing. Mailing out of Champaign, Illinois, 1190 pit side, 1108 tower side.
Hey, Greg. Put these cars in the water box. We put,
Once again, Sportsman cars to 5, 6, 7, and 8. Sportsman, 5, 6, 7, and 8.
Greg, we got alarms at the 3:30 again.
So, red light start for Sam Zahn. Steve Mailing gets the automatic win. Mailing with a 12:08 on the 1190. Zahn red light at 11:04 at 64. This is our entry level class here at Coles County Dragway. Other tracks may call it trophy. But the plan here is to give some drivers some experience, let them compete against each other, competing for a little bit of money and a trophy. If you win 3 times lifetime, you'll have to move up to a different class. Jerry Decker, Brittany Roderick.
Clean toilet paper at this outside seat.
Jerry Decker off and running. Here comes Brittany Roderick. Decker on his 945, Roderick on his 770. Win light for Jerry Decker, 951 on the 945. Roderick, in a losing effort, goes 771 on the 770 at 87. It's David Williams and Rodney Nackmus coming up now. Junior Dragsters to lane 9. Junior Dragsters to lane 9. At the stripe, it is Nackmus for the win, 851 on the 826. Williams goes 1006 at 72. Chris Crabtree comes up now alongside Dakota Kennedy. Dakota in his Dodge Dakota, trying to go 1039. Crabtree in the Mustang with a 1034 dial. So Sportsman cars, you should be. Is that what we're running now? So Dakota with the starting line advantage. Here comes Chris Crabtree. Sportsman cars to 5, 6, 7, and 8. Juniors to lane 9. Chris Crabtree takes the win as Dakota breaks out. 1037 on his 1038. One too quick. 1036 at 69.
Lighting them up in the burnout box. We got Terry Bullock and that 12 Copo Camaro. Terry out of Springfield. And we got Gary Langgrave in the Cedar City Motors lane. He's dialed in a 616. Bullock dialed in at 652. There's a couple tough old Motion Raceway people. Tough break for Larry tonight, his brother. He had a little engine trouble, so we won't be seeing the other Bullock Camaro the rest of the evening. But I got a feeling he's going to fix it. Both cars away. Down track. And Langgrebe takes the win. He runs a 651 on a 652. Oh, excuse me. Oh, yeah, that's right. Both, yeah. Bullock broke out. And Gary Langgrebe takes the win, 632. Next up, Kim Chase and Mike Mack. Kim Chase, longtime runner here in Motion Raceway. Mike Mack with that E85 Mustang. Let's see what happens. Both cars inching in. Chase is in. They're in. Clean start for both cars. Chase just extremely good on the light, and Chase takes the win. 721 on a 717. Mike comes in with a 708. Next up, Kim Niemeyer on the JT Muffler side, and Dan Murphy in the Cedar City Motor side. Niemeyer 656, Murphy dial in at 748. Both cars away, green light on both sides. Looks like Niemeyer's caught it, run him down. Kim takes the win at 6:55.6 on a 656 dial. Next up, we have Dave Doss in the old headache car in the Cedar City Motor side, dialed in 740, and Nikki Little in the late model Dodge Challenger, dialed in 875. The old headache car. Challenger away, both cars away. And Nikki takes the win. Runs a 882 on 875. Dave went a 752 on a 740. Okay, Joel Laramie in that 4-cylinder turbo Pinto against Charlie Hamilton. Charlie's out of Springfield area. Laramie out of Decatur. Charlie's got the old Nick Vanderlyn knick-knack car. Dialed in at 691. Laramie in that turbo Pinto. Dial in at 611. Oh, red light for Laramie. Automatic win to Charlie Hamilton. The old knick-knack survives another round. Here we go. Chicken coop. The former Zimmerman Brothers chicken coop, now owned by Mike Roby out of Lake Village up by Chicago. They did a good job making that car look like it used to. It wasn't looking like that last pictures I saw, and they wanted to really make it look like the old car. Okay. Going to be taking on the Corvette here, dialed in as 659. Yeah, that chicken coop really takes me back. I'd have seen that make many passes, that and the little screamer back in the day. That was the Gary Davis days in the little screamer. Okay, both cars in. The coop's in. Vet's in. Ours come up. And they're away. Pretty close on the tree. And the Corvette takes the win. Whoa, dead on. 659 with a 1 on a 659. The old coupe slowed down just a bit, but he still went a respectable 7 flat on a 695. Good job, guys. It'll be Terry Willard in the JT Muffler side, and his Camaro dialed in at 727 against Gale Cook, 655 in his Camaro on the Cedar City Motor side. Both cars in the pre-stage. Inching their way in. Come on. Here comes Gay. There we go. They're in. Oh, pulled the red eye for Gale. Give the automatic win to Terry Willard. Terry ends up running a 723, so he used that for a well-deserved time run, and then Gale ended up running a 659. Okay, we got Mark Manley here in the Cedar City Motors lane. And the JT Muffler side, we got one of our match racers, Larry Hodge, the old Motion Raceway guy. He's going to run the Motion Raceway Eliminator tonight, too. So you get to see this car run quite a bit tonight. Larry in that Super Stock K automatic, Monte Carlo. Larry's a regular on the NHRA Divisional and National Series. Okay, both cars getting in there. Larry might get a little air. Get your cameras ready. And there it goes. Clean start for both cars. Oh, Larry Hodge gets the win. Runs a 641 on a 632 dial. Mark Manley ran a 655 on a 650. A little better light for Larry. Okay, next up we got Eddie Northcraft and Tom Harlan. Tom dialed in at 658. Eddie's in at 744. Oh, red light for Eddie. Automatic win to Tom Harlan. All right, here next up we got Larry Lyons in the Penny Arcade. Got the buy run. Larry used to run the old 406 pack Fairlane. A lot of you remember that. Now he's got the Penny Arcade. Tough competitor. A lot of laps down the drag strip. And Larry run a 796 with a 0 on his 796 index. I think he would have been pretty tough. Had a pretty decent light, too.
And yeah, I was water box worn for a little while out here. I could probably still do it, at least for a round or two.
It's a tough job.
Well, I'd probably get rid of this table muscle, winter weight. Yeah. Cure for the Dunlap disease. Rodney Matthews and Corey Butler. First pair out here in Sportsman. 895 for Matthews and Butler with a 1067. Off they go. Finish line, win light's going to flash for Rodney Matthews. 895 with an 8 on his 895. He is your winner. Corey Butler is 6 off, 1073 on the 1067 at 60. Rosalie Noble and Walt Edwards Jr. 959 the dial in for Rosalie. For Walt Edwards, 1075. The Nissan Maxima will get the head start. Away they go. Edwards down track. Here comes Rosalie. Finish line, it's Walt Edwards Jr. for the win. 1080 on the 1075. He's 5 off. She's 1 off. 960 on her 959, but he had the better reaction time by enough to pick up the round win. Here's Brady Curry coming up alongside Terry Adams. Curry, Lincoln, Illinois, 764 the dial in. His 67 Nova pairs up alongside Terry Adams from Westfield, Illinois. Adams in the 93 Pontiac. He's trying to go 865. There goes Adams. Here comes Brady Curry. At the stripe, Adams on the brakes. Gives up the stripe and the win. 866 on the 865 for Adams, but for Curry, win light 767 at 89. Here's Eric Cooper. Aaron Enlow coming up next. Cooper, Sportsman track champion in 2010. Finish line says the double breakout win going to Aaron Enlow. Enlow with a 1003 on his 1004. He's 1 under. Cooper goes 3 under, 770 on the 773. Ron Veach Sr. and Kelly Edwards, your next pair. For Veach, Ron Sr. out of Charleston, Illinois. 860 is his dial in, the Pontiac Solstice, alongside the 2005 Mustang of Kelly Edwards. Kelly in the Cedar City Motors lane trying to go 10-24. Finish line says another double breakout. This time it's Ron Veach Sr. for the win. 8:48 on the 860, excuse me, for Kelly Edwards. 10:09, big time breakout for her at 70 miles an hour. Clayton Patrick and Harold Wright up next. Harold's going to get about a day and a half head start. 16:07 is his dial in. 780 for Clayton Patrick. So Harold Wright will be past the concession stand, past the 330 block. Way down there before Clayton even gets to take off. That's tough for anybody to sit there for that. Clayton gets it done, though. Harold breaks out. He goes 1591 on the 1607. 781 on the 780. One off for Clayton Patrick. He's your winner.
Yeah, the Super 2.
Had what?
The
Super 2.
Super 2.
Cassie Edwards Wilson, Kyle Wright coming up now. Again, father and son both manning the same type of ride. 1592 for Kyle Wright. Cassie with an 846 dial. This is the epitome of bracket racing. You can bring anything out here and run it, as long as you can put a number on it and run that number.
Hey, Greg, can you check the dialing on the red car?
Red light start for Kyle Wright. You see him hang his head in shame. Off he goes. Here comes Cassie. She would have been tough to beat. 514 light for her.
Dean Willenborg in the green one.
Cassie breaks out by 1, 845 on her 846. He went 1602 on his 1592. Pro winners to lanes 5 and 6. Pro winners, lanes 5 and 6. Here's Dwayne True, Cody Dawson. There's no dial in. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I missed it. 8 flat for Dwayne True. Cody Dawson, 1104. The dial in. I can't read, I'm sorry. It looked like all zeros to me. Dwayne True off and running. Red light start. He panicked too. Cody Dawson gets the automatic win. Dawson with a 1097 on his 1104 for Dwayne True 794 on his 8 flat. Ryan Fuller, Tower Side, Clinton, Illinois, trying to go 750 on the Hayabusa. His competition over there in the Chevelle, no information in the computer, but an 898 on the windshield. Pro winners 5 and 6. Pro winners return to lanes 5 and 6. Dean Willenberg, you will have the bye run. Dean Willenberg, you will have the bye run. 735 on the 750. He is your winner. He breaks out by less. 882 on the 898. One of them broke out by 15. The other one broke out by 16. So Scott Pickens, Tower Side. Pickens in the Monte Carlo for Robert Soper. The Camaro, pit side, 1008 the dial in for Soper. For Pickens, 835 the dial. Pro winners, 5 and 6. Pro winners, 5 and 6. Finish line says it's Bobby Soper for the win. 10:19 on the 10:08. He is your winner. For Scott Pickens, he's a 10th and a half off 850 on his 835. And off we go. Camaro's a pair on the starting line. Nick Harlan is 97 Camaro. 769 the dial in for Katie Beeson. Katie B in her new Camaro. 877 the dial in. Katie B off and running. Nick with the red light start. Katie B gets the automatic win. 875 on her 877. She's too quick. Doesn't matter. She gets the win. 769 on is 769 for Harlan. He went 002 red. Once again, we're getting a little condensation out of some cars. If you're running air conditioners or anything like that, please shut those off. Ronnie McDade and Andy Ruff coming up now. McDade out of Monticello, Illinois. 753 is his dial-in. For Andy Ruff, it's an 876. That's the Rumblebee pickup truck. Gets the head start by just a little over 2 bulbs on the Christmas tree. Pro winners 5 and 6. Away they go. Too close to call off the starting line. Big N says it is Ronnie McDade for the win. 756 on the 753. He's 3 off. Andy Ruff goes 5 off 881 on his 876 at 76. Dan McCarron. The AMC Spirit. If you like this race car, it's very unique. It is for sale. 777 is lucky number. Taking on Ron Beach. 825 the dial in for the runner out of Charleston, Illinois. Pro buybacks 7 and 8. Pro buybacks 7 and 8. Pro buybacks 7 and 8. Off they go. Advantage Beach by just a touch. He'll take the win. 828 on his 825. He is your winner. He goes 3 off, as does McCarron. Starting line advantage proved to be the difference. 21 10,000ths at the stripe. Pro buybacks 7 and 8. Pro buybacks 7 and 8. Tony Lyons, Ryan Thompson, win light for Tony Lyons, 799 on his 792. 80 for the speed. Ryan Thompson, he's 2 off 847 on the 845. Better light for your Division III defending champ, Tony Lyons. Chris Thompson's Steve Mailing coming up now. Thompson out of Paxton, Illinois in the 68 Camaro. He's trying to go 760. Steve Mailing, 1190 your dial. Pro buybacks 7 and 8. Pro winners 5 and 6. Pro buybacks 7 and 8. Pro winners 5 and 6. Big time head start there for the Nomad wagon. Here comes Chris Thompson. Mailing down track. Here comes Thompson. Can he catch it? Yep. Mailing breaks out by just a little bit. 1171 on the 1190. Thompson goes 761 on his 760 at 88. So pro cars back to the lanes. Buybacks to 7 and 8. Winners to 5 and 6. We need exhibition cars to 1 and 2. exhibition cars to lanes 1 and 2. Here's Larry Lyons and Leah Oathout. Lyons goes red. Oathout moves on to round 2 action. Oathout 884 on her 878. She's your winner. Larry Lyons, red light start 796 at 83. Byron coming up here for Christy Yielding in the $1 Million Malibu. So pro cars, buyback 7 and 8, winners 5 and 6. Exhibition cars, Motion Raceway exhibition cars to lanes 1 and 2. Motion Raceway exhibition cars to lanes 1 and 2. Christy Yielding heads down track. She goes red. It doesn't matter. She says she's going 831. She goes 829. That also doesn't matter. She gets the automatic win and to move into the next round. First round of juniors coming up. This is our category for kids between the ages of 8 and 17. A couple of our younger racers here. We're gonna remind you once again, drivers, remain with your cars so you can be paired up. If you've been called to the lanes, you need to remain with your cars. Kinzer Lee, Kansas, Illinois, 13 flat to dial. Carson Donald, pit side, 1290 your dial in. 2 first-year drivers pulling up here to the starting line. Again, pro cars to the lanes. Final call for pro cars. Final call for pro cars. Exhibition cars to lanes 1 and 2. Exhibition to lanes 1 and 2. Down track they go. It's Carson Donald for the win. 1296 on the 1290. He's 6 off. Kinzer Lee, 1314 on the 13 flat. Kinzer had a better light. Carson closer to the number. Austin Romine and Jesse Fritz. Next up, Fritz will get about 4 seconds head start. Not quite 4 seconds head start. First-year driver out of Greenup, Illinois, trying to go 1268. That's the towers or the pit side, excuse me. He'll get the head start. Austin, 895 the number. Millennium Race Cars chassis entry over here. Jesse heads down track. Here comes Austin. Austin making up ground here. Jesse down track. Austin kind of jazzes it a little bit. A little more experience, knew what to do down there. 908 on the 895. Austin Romine, your winner. For Jesse Fritz, 1252 on the 1268. At 51, getting better every pass. Christopher Mullins, Lane Brickey. Mullins, the half-scale car, tower side, 798 the dial in for Lane Brickey, 940 your number. For the Brickey entry out of Beeson, Illinois. Blick, please report to your car. Jeff Blickensdorfer, please report to your car. Away they go, advantage to Mullins. Brickey down track, here comes Mullins. Mullins will pick up the round win. 801 on the 798. Christopher Mullins, your winner. 801 at 74 for Lane Brickey. 4 off 944 on the 940 at 67. Ryan Louderback, Mechanicsburg, Illinois, dialed in a 791. Casey Duncan, pit side out of Booty, the Booty Twister, 790. is Casey's dial in. Pretty much heads up as they head down track. Better light for Louderback. Louderback will be your winner, 796 on the 791. Louderback your winner, 76 for the speed. For Casey Duncan, 792 on the 790. She's a little bit tardy at the starting line, and Ryan Louderback takes advantage for the win. Here's Blake Lee, the Chief. Kansas, Illinois. Aaron's Hair Care, Twin City Automotive, and Eastern Illinois Rat Racers, his sponsor. Taking on the other half of the Louder Brats. That is Kaylee Louderback, Mechanicsburg, Illinois. 790 the dial in for Kaylee. Blake Lee with an 892. That's 2 bulbs head start, or just a touch over 1 full second. Exhibition cars to 1 and 2. Exhibition cars to lanes 1 and 2. Quick 8 to 3 and 4. Quick 8 to 3 and 4. Red light start for Kaylee Louderback. Wind light, automatic wind light for Blake Lee. Lee goes 894 on his 892. He is your winner, 71 for the speed. For Kaylee Louderback, 794 on the 790. Red light start at 82. Here's Emma Babb. Babb out of Decatur, Illinois, her first year racing, alongside defending track champion Eric Willenberg. Emma's going to try to go 1290. Eric's going to try to go 795. Almost exactly 5 seconds head start for the young lady out of Decatur, Illinois, Tower Side. Eric will have to sit there a long, long time, but he's done it before.
Safety, we have 3 cars coming at you, and that's it.
A reminder, racers, our lights are on. Your lights need to be on as well. You must have a working tail light on your race vehicle before you head down track. Our lights are on. Your lights need to be on as well. This is for your safety and the safety of everybody else involved. Eric off and running, trying to track down Emma. At the stripe, Emma breaks out by a bunch. She goes 1243 on her 1290. She's way under 50 miles an hour. 809 on the 795 for Eric Willenberg. So Abby, 792 on her dial-in board. Okay. Super Pro buybacks, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro buybacks, lanes 3 and 4. Super Pro winners, 1 and 2. Super Pro buybacks, 3 and 4. Super Pro winners, lanes 1 and 2. Abby Swoboda charging hard to the finish line. She had an 021 light. I think that was the best one of the round. 791 on her 792 at 81 miles per hour. So Ralph Craig, Charleston, Illinois, tower side of the track. That is the 76 Firebird. He's trying to go 685. That's the green car, the light green car. The dark green car, Phil Probst. I see the name. Phil Probst. 697. Thanks for putting that on there. It's for sale if you like it. Great wheels up start there for Craig as they head down track. He's got the advantage. He'll take the win. 688 on the 685. He is your winner, 97 for the speed. A dead on 697 with a 4 on the 697 for Phil Probst. Tommy Harlan, the Hitman, Tower Side, two-time track champion here in the pro category. 659 his dial-in, takes on Bob Dillon. Dillon pit side in the 46 Ford Coupe Chevy Power under the hood. 752 is his dial. That one throws him back in the seat as he heads down track. Harlan, he'll be your winner. Tom Harlan, 660 on the 659. For Bob Dillon, 753 on his 752 at 89. Here's Kim Niemeyer coming up next. Niemeyer alongside Miles Blakely. Niemeyer out of Humboldt, that is the Mustang, the white car. The black car, the Malibu, Miles Blakely from Urbana. 655 and 656 are the dial-ins. Off they go. Advantage Blakely by just a touch. Niemeyer takes the win though, 659 on the 656. He's 3 off. Blakely goes 6 off, 661 on his 655. Eddie Northcraft and Cade Spires come up now. Northcraft, Sullivan, Illinois, the home base. The Pontiac Ventura dialed in a 744. He's paired up alongside Cade Spires from Clinton, Illinois, 740. There for the Super Sport pit side. Super Pro cars, buybacks to 3 and 4 winners to 1 and 2. And the red eye there for Cade Spires. Eddie Northcraft, your winner. Northcraft, 745 on the 744. He's your automatic winner. Cade Spires, red light start, 745 at 92. Jeff Blickensderfer, Blick from Oakley, Illinois. That's the Mopar Tower Side. It's a 65 Plymouth. He'll be taking on Don Colbert. Colbert from Bethany, 69 Chevelle. Colbert trying to go 768. Blick with a 747 dial. Off they go. Blick with the better light. But Colbert picks up the win light. Colbert 773 on the 768. He's 4 off. Blick way off, 756 at 81. Darrell Thompson, Mo Russell coming up now. Both of these racers probably followed each other over here. They're both from Pana, Illinois. Thompson, Tower Side, the Judge, the Pontiac, 772 the dial in for Mo Russell. 736 is his number. They make their way down track, and it's going to be the Pontiac for the win. Darrell Thompson. Thompson 793 on the 772. He's off pace. Mo Russell, he's 1 off, 737 on the 736. That tells you right there where that race was won, right on the starting line. 2/10 advantage for Darrell Thompson. Max Lang, Nick Harlan coming up. Max and Patty's ride, the 40 Willys Coupe. If you've ever been to Coles County Dragway, you probably saw this car race, Tower Side. He's campaigned in every decade that we've been open. Nick at Night, pit side, the Camaro over there. 769 his dial in, 646 for Lang. Heads up at the start. Finish line's going to determine Max Lang for the win. Harlan breaks out. He takes a stripe, breaks out by 2. Lang is safe, 647 at 104. Tyler Buford, Clayton Patrick coming up now. The Pontiac Firebird Tower side, that's a Trans Am. For Patrick, that is a Camaro. Look a lot alike. Patrick 780 the dial, Buford 697. Perfect light for Tyler Buford. 000 light for Buford, but he breaks out, throws it away. 696 with a 5 on the 697, throws away a perfect light. Patrick goes dead on 780, on his 780 at 86. Here's Brad Talbert. Travis East coming up. As we wind our way through the pro cars, folks, you'll want to head towards the grandstands or along the fence, as our exhibition cars will be coming up in just a little bit. Brad Talbert, 735 the dial in. For Travis East, it's an 819. East leaves first. Here comes Talbert. Will it be the Ford or Chevy picking up the round win? Finish line says it is the Ford getting it done. 819 on the 819 for Travis East. How about this for Talbert? He goes 735 on the 735. So that job won right there by the driver. Starting line, better reaction time, Travis East. Kim Chase pulls up now alongside Kelly Dom. Chase out of Gibson City, Illinois. I still don't think that's Kelly in the car. However, I could be wrong. Kim Chase, Gibson City, Illinois, 715 the dial. Kelly Dom, 672 the dial. Super Pro, final call. Super Pro, final call. Clean and green as they take off. Chase has an 017, but he got treed. 002 light for the pit side. That's your winner. 673 for the win at 97. 002 light. Chase goes 717 and losing effort at 94. Here's Josh Chase pulling up alongside Joe Hyde. Chase in the dumpster. That's the 73 Duster out of Gibson City. He's trying to go 8 flat. Joe Hyde with a 727. The runner out of Lincoln, Illinois in the Camaro. Hyde has the better light. Hyde gets the win light. Chase breaks out. He goes 799 on the 8 flat. For Joe Hyde, 728 on the 727. He went 004 on the tree. Here's Jesse Brandt. Dan Murphy coming up next. Brandt, final round last week, 788, his number. For Dan Murphy, that's Gus over there pit side out of Paris, Illinois, with a 750 dial. Advantage Murphy as they head down track. He'll be your winner. Dan Murphy, 753 on the 750. Brandt was a little closer on the dial in, 790 on his 788, but the better light for Mr. Murphy. April Isley and Nikki Romine, young ladies on the starting line. AP over here tower side in the Cavalier. Nikki Romine, she's in the Dodge Demon. Nikki trying to go 799. April trying to go 766. Another great light this round. This time it is AP with the better light. She takes the win, 766 with a 3 on her 766. For Nikki Romine, she is 2 under, 797. Too quick on the 799. Kevin Hunt to the tech booth, please. Kevin Hunt to the tech booth, please. Motion Raceway Street Eliminator to lanes 5 and 6. Motion Raceway Street Eliminator to lanes 5 and 6. Novice Street to lane 9. Cassie Edwards Wilson and Mikey Robinson. 8:45 to dial in for Cassie. Mikey with a 7:23. So once again, Motion Raceway Street Eliminator to 5 and 6. Novice Street to lane 9. Mikey Robinson with the win, 725 on the 723. He's your winner. Cassie goes 5 off 850 on her 845. Mark Manley coming up now. The Camaro, 68 Camaro. He makes the toe down from Paxton, Illinois. He's trying to go 655. His competition just a tick slower, 656. That's Frankie over there pit side. Gail Cook out of Sullivan, 69 vintage Camaro. Again, Motion Raceway Street Eliminator cars to 5 and 6. Street Eliminator, Motion Street Eliminator to 5 and 6. Novice Street, lane 9. So Gale kind of tickles his way in. It messed him up on the starting line, I think. Mark Manley for the win, 663 on the 655 at 90. Gale goes 2 off 658 on the 656. Coming up now, this is Nikki Little. Little at the controls of her Dodge Challenger. She's trying to go 868. Her competition, that is Ron Beach. Over there, the 63 Nova wagon. He's trying to go 827. She's trying to go 868. She gets to go first. The ladies first, right? Motion Raceway Street Eliminator to 5 and 6. Novice Street to lane 9. Nikki taps the brakes. She'll take the win. She had the light. Veach breaks out trying to catch her. He goes 1 under 826 on the 827. She goes 877 on her 868. She had a lot of room at the starting line. Here is the Rain Man, Rob Fisher, in the $1 Million Malibu. He's trying to go 833, taking on Tony Lyons. Pretty substantial matchup. Multi-time winner Tower side, Division III champ pit side, 792 and 833 your dial-ins. Fisher was amped and ready. He's got the better light. He'll be your winner on the double breakout. 832 on the 833. He breaks out by 1. Lyons breaks out by 4 as he goes 788 on the 792. Terry Willard, Corey Butler coming up now. Willard in the Camaro. That's Jay Brown's car. Corey Butler in the Mustang. I don't know whose car that is, but a whole bunch of people are driving it today. Willard trying to go 725, Butler 748. Off they go. This time around, it's the Mustang with the light. But he breaks out 747 at 88. 727 for Willard. He's your winner. Dino coming up now. Dean Willenberg. That is the green Dodge Dart GTS.
Copy that.
Got a 646 on the Lexan window. The CW Motorsports entry heads down track to a 645. 645 at 104. Excuse me, John Milam and Dave Schaefer matching up here. How about those smoky burnouts? Heating up the hides. Getting ready to put on a show for you here. You'll remember on the last pass, Dave Schaefer carrying the front wheels, dropping them, picking them up again, and keeping on going. So tower side, the injected big block. That's going to be John Milam. Pit side, the supercharged entry, the second chance car, Dave Schaefer. Pro Tree coming at you. 3 ambers, green light. All kinds of squirrely out there. And right on out the back door to a 518. 518 at 115 for Dave Schaefer. John Milam, 614 at 76. So great looking pass there for the supercharged Alter. That is Gail Jenkins. Jenkins in the supercharged front motor dragster alongside Lauren Moore. Young lady cutting her teeth in the injected front motor dragster pit side. They are in the water box and ready to come out.
What? Copy that.
So here we go. Lauren Moore, tower side, injected power. Gail Jenkins, pit side, supercharged power. Get those cameras ready. So Gail gets over there by the guardrail, clicks it off early. 645 pit side for Gail Jenkins. Out of the groove a little bit. Clicks it off early. 673 for Lauren Moore. Tower side at 74. Coming up now. Small block Chevys a pair. Pro E85 Racing. You see right there across the top of their windows. And these two are two of the best. Steve Hoke, Mike Donald. Steve Hope, you see him fogging the nitrous right there, getting the system purged out in his 68 Corvette. He'll hustle back here to the starting line, JT Muffler tower side. Mike Donald over there, the high roller in his Camaro. Getting everything sorted out so he can back up here out of the smoke of his burnout. So getting a little assistance there, a little push. Not sure if the car is broke or exactly what it is. Mike wanting to make the show. I know he is. He'll get her sorted out. Pull forward. Trunks open. Or cranking up the bottle. What is that, you might ask? There you go. The dual nitrous system, fogging it out right there. So they'll be juiced and ready to roll here. Steve Hoke, Mike Donald. 4/10 Pro Tree once again heads up to the finish line. And they are side by side at the stripe. Hoke with a 577 at 124. Mike Donald loses pace down there at the big end. 611 at 97. NHRA legal, SSK automatic. Out of LaPlace, Illinois, Larry Hodge. It's an 86 Monte Carlo. National event winning car. You could read the bottom of the oil pan there as he heads down track. 633 at 105 for Larry Hodge. So this is the battle of the factory hot rods. Legitimately factory hot rods. These are purpose-built race cars right off the showroom floor, right out of the factory, I should say. The Mopar over here, the Drag Pack Dodge Challenger. You pretty much buy it like this, add a few parts and pieces. The Copo Camaro, same deal. Plunk down your cash, they build you a race car, load it on your trailer, and send you home. Factory hot rods, side by side, Dodge and Chevy, the Challenger and Camaro. Off they go. The Challenger looks like it's going to get there first, but here comes the Camaro. The Challenger 638 at 104. The Camaro, Terry Bullock's ride, 648 at 108. So this is the Quick 8 semi-final coming up here, and a little bit of confusion, but we'll get it sorted out. Larry Zahn actually has the bye run. He'll take the bye into the final round. $5.96. The dial in for Larry Zahn doesn't matter. Turns out it's a time pass for him. He'll get the bye run into the final to take on either John Tilford or Jason McConnell. Larry Zahn hustles down track. He'll click him off to a 598 at 114. And Tilford was already set to match up with a door slammer anyway, so works out just fine. So works out just fine for him. So backing up from that burnout right now, that is John Tilford. He'll hustle back here in what he calls the little car. Teresa out there picks up her driver. In the meantime, Jason McConnell, he'll pull up. The door slammer, most recent winner in the JAGS Super Quick Series racing here at Coles County Dragway last August. Qualified number 32 and mowed down the field to take the win. McConnell 552, Tilford 456. At the stripe, it is McConnell for the win, 5:53 on the 5:52. Tilford runs dead on, 4:56 with an 8 on the 4:56. Better light for McConnell. First up, that's Troy Salazar. Backing up from his burnout as we start out round 2 here in Super Pro. Salazar, Shelbyville, Illinois. He's trying to go 5:59. His competition, Matt Cheney. Cheney from Mattoon, 6:79 the dial in. So the S10 pickup truck gets to go first tower side. The Bad Dog Racing entry pit side will be trying to catch him. There goes Cheney. Here comes Salazar. At the 660 mark, it's Salazar on the double breakout win. He goes 5:58 with an 8 on his 5:59. Cheney 3 under 676 on the 679 at 98 miles per hour. This is Tim Purcell, Bob Weaver. Purcell, tower side out of Decatur. The Nova SS trying to go 676. For Bob Weaver, he's dialed in a 665 pit side in his 69 Chevelle. Pretty close off the starting line. Big End says it's Purcell, another double breakout win. He goes 1 under 675. Weaver goes 2 under 664. Purcell closer on the double breakout. Pontiac Jack will be up next. Cerro Gordo, Illinois. His 64 Pontiac wagon pairs up alongside Mark Dunlap. That's the lemon yellow Malibu from Paris, 640 his dial. Red light start for Mark Dunlap. Pontiac Jack, the automatic win, 668 on the 669. For Dunlap, 646 on the 640. And the red light start. Out of the water box right now, this is Vic Seeley and Bobby Paul. Vic in that gorgeous new Camaro. It's a 74 Camaro, but that thing is put together well. Alongside Bobby Paul, the King Rat himself, over there in the S10 farm truck. Thing's probably made 10,000 laps down a drag strip. .576 and 742 your dial-ins. So Vic leaves way early. 607 on his 576. For Bobby Paul, 744 on the 742 at 91. This is Tom Jameson. JT Muffler lane. In that wild-looking Wild Thing Racing Camaro. 559 is his dial-in. He'll be chasing down the dragster. Cody Willenberg, the CW Motorsports car. 618, the number over there, pit side. Here comes Jameson, charging hard, trying to make up the difference around the dragster. Broke out. Went 1 under 558 on the 559 at 121. Dragster's number is safe, 623 on the 618. Willenberg takes the win at 108 for the speed. Jason English and Eric Cooper here in round 2 of motorcycle. Super Pro. Bikes a pair here in the car category. English on the Suzuki, Cooper on the Kawasaki.
There was a phone charger of mine sitting back there last Saturday. It wasn't there Sunday. I may have taken it and you thinking it was yours. But it was you.
No.
It was in the week before it was sitting in the chip bag.
Red light start for Cooper. English for the win. 618 on the 601 for English. Cooper, 689, red light start at 91. So let's take bets on which one takes the longer burnout. I'm betting on the door slammer. The Dodge Challenger. Justin Coots at the controls. 572 cubic inches of power. He'll pair up alongside Walt Edwards. Edwards in the Black Magic Dragster. Cedar City Motors lane for Edwards. 565 and 561 are our dial-ins. The red bulb there for Justin Coots. He goes red. Walt Edwards for the win. 570 on the 565 for Edwards. Coots, 558, 3 under on the 561, and the red light start. Dale Short, Chad Lance coming up now. They approach the starting line. Dale Short, the red Vega. Tower side from Shelbyville. 546 the dial-in. He'll be taking on Chad Lance. That is a 1933 Willys Coupe. Lance from Gibson City, Illinois with a 583 dial-in. Both of them clean and green at the start. Dale Short has the better light. Dale Short is the winner. Dale Short 549 on the 546 at 120. Chad Lance 587 on the 583. So Lance was 4 off. Short was 3 off. Paired with a better light, Dale Short's going to be moving on to the next round. Doug Kennedy, Bob Wright coming up. Mopar's a pair on the starting line. Kennedy with a 658 dial. Wright with a 641. Off they go. Better light for Wright. Big End says Doug Kennedy for the win. 659 on the 658. Bob Wright breaks out. He goes 1 under 640 on the 641 at 103. Randy Protz. Steve Rogers coming up now. Randy Towerside. That is a 74 Vega wagon. Big block power under the hood. Steve Rogers, the Thunderbird. That's the family car. 720 is his dial-in, 603 for the Vega wagon. Off they go. This time around it's Protz with the better light and the wind light as well. 607 on the 603. Protz your winner, safe by 4. Rogers 2 off, 7:22 on the 7:20, but the better light for your high school principal out of Vandalia. Joel Leisher, Gary Landgrebe coming up now. Leisher, the Bad Pond Racing Pontiac Firebird. Landgrebe, the Hoosier Tire Man. Leisher, 687. Landgrebe, 615. Got them wheelie bars cranked up, and he'll plant them for you. Gary Landgrebe will hang them high over there in the pit lane. Nice, smooth leave there. Finish line says it's Leisher for the win. 689 on his 687. He's 2 off. Landgrebe goes 6 off, 621 on the 615 at 106.
Greg, did you hear that? Tina, we have one pair coming at you, and then you can change paper.
Rick Willenberg next up alongside Brandy Protz. Brandy Michelle here in the Milk and Cookies wagon. Grandma used to race that car. 727 is her dial-in. Rick Willenberg, 573 the number on the Panther Pink Barracuda. Brandy heads down track. The Mopar charges hard. Finish line says Brandy Protz for the win. Dead on 727 on the 727. Willenberg 1 off, 574 on the 573. So in the water box right now, hey, this ain't supposed to happen. Father-son matchup here in round 2. Not supposed to work out this way, but one of them goes on to round 3. Ryan's in tower side, Ron's in pit side. Father versus son. Ryan the son, 651, his dial in. Papa's in over there pit side with a 736. Here comes Ryan. Can he catch the old man? Nope. Ron's in for the win once again. 739 on his 736. Ryan's in 5 off, 656 on the 651. So Ron's in on to round 3. Here's Tommy Harlan, the Hitman tower side, alongside Brad Talbert. Talbert from Mattoon. Harlan also from Mattoon. Harlan with a 658 dial. He'll be chasing down Talbert's 736. Wheels up there for Harlan. Down the track they go. Perfect light for Harlan. He is your winner. 2 off, 660 on the 658. But he'll pick up one of those Buffalo Wild Wings certificates. Perfect light. 735 on the 736. 1 under for Brad Talbert. Nova's a pair coming out of the water box right now. Tower side, this is Jeff Duncan. He's piloting Jamie Alexander's Nova. The runner out of Booty, Illinois with a 588 dial-in. His competition, that is Dino, Donnie Davis, pit side. Charleston, Illinois. 620 the number over there for Dino. 588 for Jeff. Away they go. Advantage Davis as they head down track. Davis hangs on for the win. 625 on the 620. He's your winner. Off pace 597 on the 588 for Jeff Duncan. Mark Hopper. He'll be backing up from the burnout right now. Hopper, Mattoon, Illinois. Hopper towing and racing entry. He'll line up alongside Terry Willard. Willard driving Jay Brown's Camaro. Hopper with a 5:16 dial in. Willard 7:24. Willard making his way down track. Here comes Hopper. Willard was dead late, and he breaks out, still can't get it done. Hopper 5:17 on the 5:16. He had about a tenth off the starting line. For Willard, 7:23 breakout at 91. So the bike just not cooperating with him here tonight, 6:18 at 81. Dana Coots still shaking down his new ride, the Trick Chassis Dragster. JRC Performance Ford power plant behind the driver. Consistent, capable runner. Went out early here in the quick 8, making a time run right now. Once again, Sportsman buybacks 7 and 8. Sportsman winners 5 and 6. Sportsman buybacks 7 and 8. Sportsman winners 5 and 6. John Coots out there alongside his driver. They like it. They like it a lot, and I don't blame them. Junior Dragsters to lane 9. Junior Dragsters to lane 9. Holy moly, how about a 4:58? 4:58 at 125. So a couple more time runs coming at you here. Jesse Nickel. He'll be pulling the gears there in the big old Ford Torino, masterfully restored. Alongside the Corvette, the Stingray over there pit side, about a 68, I believe. Chevrolet bringing back the Stingray this year. Junior Dragsters to lane 9. Junior Dragsters to lane 9. Nickel yanking the gears as they go down track. Jesse Nickel, 7:54. 7:54 at 89. The Corvette pit side with a 7:60. 7:60, 88 miles an hour. No more. At the big end of the track, 592 at 117. Finish line. This is the Motion Raceway Street Eliminator class. I believe that's right.
Yes.
And this would be the semifinals, as there are 3 cars left in the category.
Steve Mickling.
So, Steve Mailing, Champagne, 55 Chevy, 1190 the dial. Taking on Kelly Edwards. Kelly Edwards in the Mustang, 10:06 for Kelly Edwards. So the big old Nomad wagon chirping the tires down track. Here comes Kelly Edwards. Out the back door, the Nomad wagon breaks out by about a second. 11:05 on the 1190 at 63. Kelly Edwards, 10:10. She'll be back for the final to take on Tom Wagner. So Kelly Edwards and Tom Wagner will be your final round matchup.
Semi-final, Steve Meckling, MECHLANG.
Wagner off and running there.
Repeat.
Is this the top elimination?
No, that's a straight elimination.
1046 with a 6 on the 1046. Dead on with a 6. How about that? Jerry Decker gets the bye run into the next round. Decker with a 945. Attention spectators, you need to move to the other side of the return road to the safe area. That is a restricted area between the track and the return road.
Novice, baby.
956 at 65. Chris Crabtree and Rodney Nackmus. Crabtree, Atwood, Illinois. 1034 the dial in on the Mustang. For Nackmus, the GTO will kind of squat down and launch off the starting line there. Nackmus heading down track on his 826. Crabtree on the 1034. It's going to be Crabtree for the win. Nackmus breaks out trying to catch him. 823 on the 826. That's too quick. 1043 on the 1034 for Chris Crabtree. Dakota Kennedy and Brittany Roderick coming up now. Kennedy in the Dodge Dakota. He thinks he's going to go 1030. His competition with a 769 dial in. Brittany Roderick in the Mustang. Oh, crap. Uh-oh. Are these peanut butter?
No. Chocolate.
Uh-oh.
The cream cheese.
Uh-oh. Kennedy off and running. Here comes Brittany Roderick. Roderick nails a tree. She went 004 on the tree. Kennedy took the stripe, broke out by about a tenth. He went 1019 on the 1030 at 63. She went 776, coupled with a 004 light. Dan McCarron and Ron Beach. McCarron out of Joliet, Illinois. 775 on the AMC Spirit. So Veach and McCarron pull forward. Dan McCarron tower side, 775 the dial in. Ron Veach with an 825 dial. If you do the math, that's exactly a half second or one bulb head start for Ron Veach. One of them's right here. Down the track they go. Wind light says Dan McCarron. 776 on the 775. How about this? Beach goes dead on 825 on his 825, but loses better light for McCarron. Kim Chase, Terry Richards coming up now. Chase with a 716 dial. Terry Richards, 739. So Richards will get the turbocharged power plant wound up. Kim Chase, the Barracuda. Chase goes red, way red for him. Terry Richards gets the win, 712 on his 739. He breaks out by a ton, 95 for the speed, but Kim Chase with the red light start, 2 off 718 at 94. This is Tony Lyons, tower side, 787 is his dial. Charlie Hamilton with a 689 dial in. The knick-knack car over there, 689 is his number. Lions hustling down track in the Ford Probe. A lot of ground to make up for Hamilton. He breaks out, still can't catch him. He went 1 under 688 on the 689. Lions dead on, 787 on his 787. He had a lot in the bank. He probably didn't realize how well off he was as he was headed down. Back to action now. Here's Josh Chase alongside the Corvette. Corvette, still no information in the computer. Won't matter till we need to write him a check at the end of the night. 798 for Josh Chase, 655 for the Corvette. Corvette launches hard. Here he comes. Chase down track. The Corvette wins. 661 on the 655 at 102 for Josh Chase. 1 off 799 on the 798. Better light for the driver of the Corvette. So a little cleanup on the starting line. Got a few rocks up there. We fight that problem every once in a while, and tonight we've been having to fight it a little bit. Here's Larry Lyons and Gary Landgrebe. Larry in the Penny Arcade car. Gary, the Hoosier Tire Man. 620 and 794 your dial-ins. Red light start for Lions. Landgrebe will hustle down track. Finish line says Landgrebe with a 620 with a 2, dead on with a 2. Lions red light start dead on 794 with a 3. Jeff Blickensderfer and Chris Thompson coming up now. Blick with a 747 dial, Thompson 760. Away they go. The Mopar or the Camaro, which one's it going to be? It's the Camaro. Chris Thompson, 769 on the 760. For Blick, a 748 on the 747. So Blick a bunch closer. But Thompson had the better light, and that was enough to spell the victory. This is going to be Larry Hodge and Wayne Sneerly coming up now. Hodge, one of our exhibition cars. He'll hang him high in the Monte Carlo, 632. Wheels up as he passes the tree. Wayne Sneerly, a little altered over there. Former Bob Sloan car. Hodge does not disappoint. Here he comes. Hodge for the win. Sneerly breaks out, takes the stripe, breaks out by 5, 758 on his 763. He's 5 too quick. Hodge dead on 632 on his 632 at 105. Tommy Harlan, Nicky Little coming up now. The Hitman Tower side. Former pro champion, two-time pro champion. Alongside Nicky Little, I believe she was track champion here in Junior Dragsters one year. Red light start for Harlan. 499 red light. Second time today he's went 499 red. Very close on the tree, but the wrong side of it. Nicky Little, 872. 3 under on her 875. 660 on the 658. Coming out of the water box right now, this is Kim Niemeyer and Terry Willard. Niemeyer in the Ford, Willard in the Chevy. Niemeyer trying to go 6:59. Willard 7:24. Away they go. Willard is down track. Here comes Niemeyer. Big End says Niemeyer breaks out trying to catch him. 7:26 for the win for Terry Willard. 87 for the speed. Niemeyer 2 under, 6:58 on his 660 at 104. Eric Cooper, Kyle Wright, your first pair. Cooper out of Martinsville, Illinois, the 74 Vega. His dial in is 767. His competition, Kyle Wright, over there on the Vino scooter, 1605 is his dial in. So 8.5 seconds head start there for the little scooter. Off he goes.
Winner 3178. And the Consi is 3999.
Cooper had to sit there and wait a long time. Kyle Wright breaks out. 16 flat on the 1605. Eric Cooper, your winner, 771 on the 767. Nick Harlan, Harold Wright coming up now. Another car scooter matchup. Harlan, his Camaro with a 763 dial in, old Nick at Night. He'll be trying to chase down Harold Wright. Wright on the scooter. He'll be trying to go 1595. It's a long time to sit there and wait. Harlan does it though. Here he comes. Harold Wright basically sitting on the finish line right now. Harlan takes the win, 768 on the 763. Harold Wright off pace 1603 on his 1595. This is Ryan Thompson alongside Terry Adams. Ryan Thompson, Tower Side, 79 Malibu. 845 there on the window glass. 860 the dial in for Terry Adams. Clean and green at the start. Away they go. Advantage for Adams. He had some room, tags the brakes, takes the win. 864 on his 860. He's your winner. 850 on the 845 for Thompson at 79. Pro buybacks to 7 and 8. Pro buybacks to 7 and 8. Here's Scott Pickens alongside the Chevelle. Red light start for the Chevelle. Pickens gets the automatic win. Pro buybacks 7 and 8. Pro buybacks 7 and 8. Scott Pickens 835 on the 850. He broke out by a ton. Doesn't matter. 875 on the 876 for the Chevelle, but the red light start. Dwayne True, Kelly Edwards coming up now. True from Dalton City, Illinois, if I remember right. 793 is his dial in. Kelly Edwards, she's from Charleston. She's trying to go 10-10. So the Mustang gets to leave first by a little over 2 seconds. Pro buybacks 7 and 8. Pro buybacks 7 and 8. And Kelly Edwards with the red light start. Dwayne True goes ahead and takes off. Dwayne True will get there with the automatic win. 824 on the 793. True is your winner. Kelly Edwards 1005 on the 1010 at 70 miles per hour. Again, pro buybacks 7 and 8. Dan McCarron. That is the 79 AMC Spirit, tower side out of Joliet. He thinks he's going to go 776. His competition with a 957 dial in, that is Rosalie Noble. Rosalie and Terry's Care Wagon. Rosalie and Terry representing Draw, as they do every time that they're at the racetrack. Draw, the Drag Racing Association of Women. Constantly fundraising in support of injured racers all over the country, including our own Rhonda Myers. McCarron has the better light by just a little bit. Finish line, it's going to be McCarron for the win. 778 on the 776. McCarron, your winner. Rosalie goes 960. 960 on the 957 at 69. Little cleanup on the starting line. Back to action now for Christy Yielding and Walt Edwards Jr. Yielding tower side. She's in the $1 million Malibu, and her dial in is an 829. Her competition 1077, the number for Walt Edwards Jr. Red light start for Walt Edwards Jr. Christy Yielding gets the automatic win. She red lights too. He did it first. Yielding 828 on her 829. She's your winner. Walt Edwards Jr. 1084 and the red light start. Rodney Matthews coming up alongside Aaron Enlow. Matthews with an 895 dial in. Enlow with a 1003. Pro buybacks 7 and 8. Pro buybacks lanes 7 and 8. Aaron Enlow, a little too quick. Red light start. Rodney Matthews with the automatic win. A reminder to all of our competitors, you must have a working tail light on your race vehicle. 897 on the 895 for Matthews. Enlow, red light start, 1007. It's Brady, Curry, and Katie Beeson. So Brady C and Katie B line up here. Curry out of Lincoln, Illinois. 766 is his dial in. Katie B, she's trying to go 874 in her Camaro. Again, pro buybacks 7 and 8. Another red light start. It's Katie Beeson this time around. Katie B with the red light. Brady Curry. He'll move on to round 3. 769. 769 on the 766 dial at 89. 873 for Katie B and the red light. Cody Dawson and Clayton Patrick coming up now. Clayton out of Mattoon, Illinois, 97 Camaro. And his performance prediction, a 779. For Cody Dawson, the GTO is dialed in at a 1096. So Cody breaks that red light streak over there in the pit lane. Finish line, though, it's probably going to be the same result. It is. Clayton Patrick, tower side, picks up the round win. 780 on the 779 at 84. Cody Dawson, 1097 on the 1096. They're both one off. Better light for Clayton Patrick. Pro winners to 5 and 6. Pro winners to 5 and 6. Quick 8 final round to lanes 3 and 4. So pro winners 5 and 6, quick 8 final round to 3 and 4. Exhibition cars to 1 and 2. Exhibition cars to 1 and 2. Ron Veach Sr. and Robert Soper, 848 and 1009 the dial-ins. Red light start for Ron Veach Sr. Ron Sr. goes red. Robert Soper will move on. 10:19 on the 10:09 at 65. So for Veach, 8:51 on the 8:48, but the red light gets him. Ryan Fuller, Clinton, Illinois, up on the Hayabusa. 7:50 the dial in. Taking on Ronnie McDade. He's in the 2008 Mustang, and he thinks he's going to go 7:53. Yep. Well, they're pretty much heads up off the starting line. Finish line's going to decide it. Ryan Fuller. Yeah, margin of victory, 58 10,000ths of a second. Fuller goes dead on with an 8, 750 with an 8, 754 pit side on the 753. Tony Lyons and Ron Veach.
The bike runs 725s.
That's right, it's a 725 bike. He had to dial it down to 750 to make the index, and he runs 750. Tony Lyons, Ron Veach coming at you now. Lyons with a 784 dial, Veach with an 825. Away they go. Big N's going to decide it, and it's going to be Tony Lyons for the win. Veach breaks out, takes the stripe, breaks out by 2. 823 on the 825 at 81. For Tony Lyons, 790 on his 784, but he had the better light, and that was your winner. Chris Thompson, Leah Othout coming up now. Thompson, 760 the dial. Leah Othout with an 883. So quick 8 final to 3 and 4. Exhibition cars to 1 and 2. Red light start for Leah Othout. Win light for Chris Thompson. Thompson 764 on the 760. He's your winner. Leah Othout 2 under 881.
Copy that. Exhibition again.
Disregard on the exhibition cars. Disregard on the exhibition cars. Here's Cassie Edwards Wilson. Larry Lyons coming up now.
Quick 8 final.
Quick 8 final to 3 and 4. Super Pro winners to 1 and 2. Super Pro buybacks also to 3 and 4. Cassie with an 849 dial. Larry 794. Red light start for Larry Lyons. Cassie took the full 10 seconds to stage. Just got in before the tree counted down. She is your winner, 846 on the 849. For Larry Lyons, 799, and red light start. Our regular race coming up first. And our thanks to the Motion Raceway Reunion Group and Mild to Wild Custom Fab, donating $100 to the winner and $50 to the runner-up here in our regular race. Also, thanks to Swoboda Excavation for their constant support. The Ray Evans Consolation race, 30 to the winner, 20 to the runner-up. First pair coming up, Blake Lee, the Chief, 896 the dial-in, taking on Abby Swoboda, as low as you can go, 790 pit side for the runner out of Decatur, Illinois. Okay. Again, quick 8 final to 3 and 4. Quick 8 final to 3 and 4. Super Pro winners to 1 and 2. Buybacks 3 and 4. It's going to be Blake Lee for the win, 897 on the 896. Lee is your winner. Swoboda goes 4 off 794 on the 790 at 81. Ryan Louderback, part of the Louder Brats over here Tower Side, Mechanicsburg, Illinois. 790 the dial in for Louderback. Eric Willenberg, 799 the dial in. pit side.
You got 4 chances to see how quick you
Yes.
So Louderback and Willenberg getting set to stage up here. Off they go. Advantage to Louderback as they head down track. Finish line says it's Louderback for the win. 7:99 on the 790. He ran what Eric dialed. Eric ran an 8:11 on his 799. So, win light, Ryan Louderback. Christopher Mullins and Carson Donald coming up now. Mullins, Tower Side, Lincoln, Illinois. Trying to go 7:98. He's going to have to sit there for about 5 seconds. Carson Donald, 12:90. He gets to head down the pit side of the track. Carson off and running. Christopher Mullins not bothered a bit by waiting. He goes 001 on the tree. Mullins 8:10 on the 798. Carson Donald 12:97 on the 1290, but he was in trouble early as Mullins went 001 on the tree, 1 thou from perfect. Here's Austin Romine 895. 895 the dial in for the Millennium Race Cars entry. So how much schooling do you have to do?
I have 2 more years left. I've already done 6 months.
Cool.
So, 2.5 years total. So far, it's really good. So,
Good.
and I can be your doctor.
895 there the number. Staged and ready. Gets that red light out of his system. And for Austin Romine, how about an 894 with a 4? 894 with a 4 for Romine at 72. Coming up now, this is the Ray Evans Consolation. These racers were runner-ups in round 1. They moved over to the Consolation side of the bracket. Get a second chance here to pick up a trophy. A little bit of cash, too, to our winner and runner-up tonight, thanks to Swoboda Excavation. Kaylee Louderback, Mechanicsburg, Illinois, the other half of the Louder Brats. 790 is her dial in. Emma Babb with a 1290. Emma, rookie driver over there pit side. So a 5-second head start for the wild one. Pro cars and Super Pro cars, you should all be in the staging lanes. Pro cars and Super Pro should all be in the staging lanes. Yeah? Out there? Oh, okay, cool. So, Kaylee drove around Emma Babb, she gets off the throttle. Emma having some troubles there, 18:57 at 24. Kaylee Louderback, 10:79. 10:79 at 40 miles per hour. Casey Duncan, Kinzer Lee coming up now. Casey Duncan in the Booty Twister over here, tower side. She is from Booty, Illinois. 790 is her dial-in. Another 790 versus 1290 dial-in matchup. Kinzer Lee with a 1290 dial, pit side. So Casey Duncan chasing down Kinzer Lee. Casey breaks out. She goes 783 on the 790. She took the stripe but broke out. 1293 on the 1290 for Kinzer Lee. Lane Bricky pulling up. Pit side out of Beeson, Illinois. 941 the dial in. Down track for Lane Bricky. Finish line 950, 950 at 66.
Pulling up in the lanes next here, it's Kim Chase. Chase is tower side out of Gibson City, dialed in 716 in the 69 Barracuda. He's up against Bob Dillon. Dillon out of Dalton City, dialed in 752. And it looks like Dillon's going to get about a 400 head start.
Steel fenders for easy customization.
Oh yeah, don't use that. Almost identical on the tree. Both great reaction times. Ken looks to be jumping ahead and he takes the win. 7:16 dead on with a 1 for Kim Chase. He goes against Dillon. Dillon 750 breaking out on his 752. Chase with an 0-1 at the finish. Next up, it's Cade Spires, tower side out of Clinton, dialed in 745 in the 66 Nova. That's not a Nova. He's up against Miles. Miles out of Urbana, the 78 Malibu.
Tomorrow, Sunday.
Yeah. I keep forgetting, I'm sorry.
It's okay.
And it looks like Cade's going to take the automatic win. Miles a little bit too early on the tree, but he gets down there first, 653 on his 655 dial at 105. Cade gets down 771, cutting it out a little bit on his 745 at 72. Next up, Battle of the Chevys. It's Brad Talbert, tower side out of Mattoon, dialed in 736, his 81 Chevy Malibu. He's up against Ron Veach, the 63 Nova wagon out of Charleston, dialed in 823. Ron gonna leave for a second head start. And someone quite a bit better on the tree pit side. He's carrying it down to the big end, dumps it. Both of them dump it. But Veach does take the win. Veach with his 018 light. He gets down there 826, 3 off in his 823. He beats out Brad Talbert, 738 at 90. Next up, it's Tyler Buford, tower side. Out of Mattoon, the 86 Trans Am. He's up against Nick Harlan out of Danville, dialed in 767. Nick gonna leave for about a second head start. Tyler, 695 on his 693, 2 off at 96. He cuts a 36 light, head on the tree, but Nick gets the win. Nick, 767, dead on with a 1/01 at the finish. Next up, it's Josh Chase, Tower Side. He's out of Gibson City, this 73 Duster. Dialed in 798. He's up against Jesse Brandt. Jesse Brandt's out of Mattoon, the 87 Olds. He's dialed in 790. Going to be just an 8 thou head start for Chase. Jesse better on the tree. He dumps it, takes the win. Jesse, 792 at 79 on his 790. Chase, 802 on his 798, 4 off, but Jesse takes the win. Next up, it's Tony Lyons, pit side out of Ashcombe. He's dialed in 786. He's up against Jeff out of Oakley in the 65 Plymouth, dialed in 747. Lyons takes the win, 4 off, 790 on a 786, but he goes 009 on the light. Jeff, 747 at 90. Next up, it's Cassie Edwards-Wilson out of Charleston. She's dialed in 848 in the 99 Camaro, Tower Side. Up against pit side, that's Corey Butler out of Bement. He's dialed in 745, going to give a full second head start to Cassie.
Okay, we need Motion Street Eliminator 5 to 5 and 6. Motion Street Eliminator final 5 6.
Attention in the pits, Motion Street Eliminator to lanes 5 and 6. Motion Street Eliminator to lanes 5 and 6. Once again, Motion Street Eliminator, the final to lanes 5 and 6. Next up, it's Kim Niemeyer. Kim Niemeyer out of Humboldt, 97 Mustang. He's up against Travis East. And it looks like Niemeyer's going to carry it on the light. 007 for Niemeyer. He gets down there. Travis taps the brakes, but Kim takes the win. 663 on his 658, taking 01 at the stripe. Travis, 815, breaking out on his 817 at 82. Next up, it's Dan Murphy out of Paris. Dialed in 748 in the 72 Nova there pit side. He's up against Norcraft out of Sullivan, the 75 Pontiac. Dialed in 748, looks like ditto dial for this race. And Northcraft's gonna take it first. He carries a length of a light. And he will take the win. Norcraft 756, 8 off on his 748. Dan 759 on his 748 as Norcraft takes 09 at the stripe. Next up, Ralph Craig, Tower Side, the cheater, out of Charleston, 686 his dial. He's up against Daryl Thompson. Daryl Thompson out of Pana, 782 his dial. He's going to get a full second on the old man here, Tower Side. And it looks like Thompson decides to school him, cuts the light, but Ralph Craig will take the win. Ralph, 689 with an O on his 686 dial. Daryl, 781 on his 782, breaking out by 6 thou.
I don't even want to know how
Next up, Tower Side, it's Terry Willard. Willard out of Mattoon, the 723 dial on his 80 Camaro. He's up against Dean Willard, one of the Willard family members out of T-Town. His 68 Dodge Dart, dialed in 645. Dean just a touch red, 497 red there for Willenborg. Willard, though, good on the light as he cuts an 014 and runs one off 724 in his 723. Dean, 644, breaking out by 2 thou in his 645. Nikki Little over here? Next up, Tower Side, it's Nikki Little in the Dodge Challenger. She's dialed in 875 up against Rob Fisher out of Humboldt, dialed in 830. Almost identical on the reaction times. Nikki hits the brakes and she takes the win. She's just a little short on the reaction, but she runs one off 876 on her 875. Fisher 832, 2 off on his 830. 008 at the finish for that race. Next up, Joe Hyde out of Lincoln, their pit side, dialed in 727. He's up against Tom the Hitman Harlan out of Mattoon, dialed in 659. Both Chevy Camaros. We'll see which one crosses first. Hyde's going to take the reaction time. Crosses first and takes the win. Hyde 730 on his 727 at 92. Harlan just a touch too early as he goes 657 with a 1 on his 659. Next up, it's Camaro versus Mustang. This is Tower Side, Clayton Patrick out of Mattoon. 778 dialed in on his 97 Chevy Camaro. He's up against Mikey Robinson out of Arcola, dialed in 723 in the 96 Mustang. Both of them are identical. Both leave red, 497 red, but Clayton went red first, so he's going to lose to Mikey Robinson taking the win. Mikey, with almost a killer package, he goes 723, dead on his 723, and he will take the win. Next up, Max Lang out of Charleston, dialed in 645, the 40 Willies. He's up against Don Colbert out of Bethany, dialed in 768 in the 69 Chevelle. Max Lane better on the tree. He crosses first and he'll take the win. 649, 4 off on his 645. Don 778 on his 768 at 88. Novice Street to lane 9. Novice Street to lane 9.
Hold the motion guys back.
Motion Street's already back, 5 and 6.
Next up, it's April Isley, pit side out of Charleston, the 95 Cavalier. She's dialed in 766. Up against Mark Manley out of Paxton, dialed in 655 in the 68 Camaro. April red, and she gives the automatic win to Mark. Mark's going to get down there, breaking out 6:53 on his 6:55, but doesn't matter. He'll take the win. April, 7:65 with a 7 on her 7:66. She breaks out by 3 throw, but goes red. This is one of the Willenborgs sitting here pit side taking a bye run. Gonna click the red light, but take the win. 670, dead on the 670 dial. 670 with a 5 at 101.
So, McConnell, your number 3 qualifiers on number 5. And they will back into the water box right now to make up your final round. Of course, Larry handles himself very well in the Mini Beefer 2. Jason McConnell, winner a year ago in the Jake Super Quick Series race right here at Coles County. First door slammer in 5 years to win a Super Quick race, and he did it right here at his home track. McConnell out of Humboldt, Illinois, 5:53 the dial-in. For Larry's on, it's a 5:98. Head start for the silver car closest to the pit side. This is your JT Muffler Quick 8 final. Good lead for both drivers. Better one for McConnell. 003 on the tree for McConnell. He'll pick up the win here in the Quick 8. 5:54 on his 5:53. He is your winner. Zahn goes 2 off 6 flat on the 5:98. So congratulations, Jason McConnell, winner here in the JT Muffler Quick 8. Motion Raceway top eliminator to lanes 1 and 2. Motion Raceway top eliminator to lanes 1 and 2. Matt Cheney, 675 the dial. Bob Weaver, 663 the dial. Tony Lyons, you'll have the bye in the Motion Raceway top eliminator category. Top eliminator to 1 and 2. Away they go. Better light by a ton for Matt Cheney. Cheney gets the win. 677 on the 675. Weaver throws away a dead on 663 with an O on his 663. Ryan Zinn and Chad Lance coming up now. Zinn out of Pena, the Vega, 655 is number. For Chad Lance, the Little Willie Scoop with a 587. Again, Motion Raceway top eliminator to lanes 1 and 2. Zinn with the better light, but he breaks out, takes a stripe, breaks out by 1. Chad Lance, your winner, dead on 587 with an 8 on the 587. Backing up from the burnout right now, this is Tom Jameson. Jameson out of Urbana, Illinois. Steve Rogers, Tuscola. 720 the dial in for the old family car over there pit side. Tom Jameson, the Camaro 558. Okay. So the Camaro gets a little bit out of the groove, but gathers it back up. Jameson is your winner, 559 on the 558, 005 on the tree. Rogers was right there, but he went 2 under, 718 on the 720. Eric Cooper, Gary Landgrebe coming up now. Eric Cooper on the Kawasaki, Landgrebe. He'll put her on the bumper there, the 68 Chevelle. Motion Raceway top eliminator to 1 and 2. At the big end, it's going to be Eric Cooper for the win, 648 on the 646. He's 2 off. Gary Landgrebe 2 off as well, 619 on the 617. 12 thousandths of a second margin of victory for Eric Cooper. So Vic Seeley still sorting some stuff out in his new ride, the 74 Camaro. You gotta love this car. This is a gorgeous piece over here for Vic Seeley. Pit side is as well, no doubt about it, for Rick Willenberg, that Panther Pink Barracuda, the All-American racer. 576 to dial in for Vic Seeley tower side. The Mopar of Willenberg dialed in at 573. Motion Raceway top eliminator to lanes 1 and 2. Sportsman buybacks to 7 and 8. Sportsman winners to 5 and 6. Seeley moves on the double breakout. 575 with a 7 on the 576. Seeley is closer. Willenberg goes 572 with an O on the 573. I'm sorry, top eliminator to 3 and 4. Motion Raceway top eliminator. My mistake, 3 and 4. 3 and 4 for top eliminator. Terry Willard, Brad Talbert. Coming up now. Talbert with the red light start. Willard gets the automatic win. He'll move on to round 4. Willard with a 722 on his 723. He breaks out, doesn't matter. Talbert breaks out. He went 734, 1 under on his 735. So they both break out, but the red light gets Talbert here in round 3. So my mistake, top eliminator. Motion top eliminator to lanes 3 and 4. Motion Raceway top eliminator to 3 and 4. Doug Kennedy, Ron Zinn. Kennedy, the Barracuda tower side. Zinn, Papa Zinn in his Mustang, pit side. 739, the number for Zinn. Kennedy with a 658. The high wind and leave for Kennedy. He's got the light. Can he make it stick at the big end? Yes, he does. Double breakout win for Kennedy. 655 with a 3. He is 3 under. Zinn goes 6 under, 733 on his 739 at 92. Here's Pontiac Jack, Jim Taylor, Cerro Gordo, Illinois, taking on Jason English. English out of Metcalf. 667 the number for Pontiac Jack, 601 for Jason English. Sportsman cars back to the lanes, buybacks to 7 and 8, winners to 5 and 6. Juniors back to the lanes. English with some troubles there at mid-track, but he will pick up the win. Pontiac Jack breaks out by 3. Took the stripe, broke out by 3. 664 is 3 too quick. English off pace 627. Sometimes you just got to get lucky. Here's Tim Purcell, the runner out of Decatur, Illinois. 72 Nova SS, 675 the dial. Troy Salazar with a 558 on the Race Tech Dragster. Purcell with a 675 dial, Salazar 558. There goes Purcell. Here comes Salazar. Advantage to Salazar, but Purcell takes the win. 676 on the 675. He's 1 off. Salazar had the better light, but can't make it stick. He is 5 off, 563 on his 558 at 117. This is going to be Randy Protz, Bobby Paul. Protz from Vandalia, Illinois. The Vega Wagon with a 604 dial in. Bobby Paul with a 742. Bobby Paul just a touch better at the starting line. Big N says it's Bobby Paul for the win. 744 on the 742. He takes the win. Randy Protz 606 on the 604. He was just a little bit closer on his dial-in. Bobby Paul just a little bit closer on the light. Margin of victory, 0.001. 726 the dial-in for Brandy Protz. Cody Willenberg with a 619. Novice Street drivers, report to your cars. Brandy Protz down track. Double breakout win goes to the dragster. 618 on the 619 for Cody Willenberg. He is your winner. Brandy goes 3 under 723 on her 726. She breaks out by 3, breaks out by 1. Dale Short, Donnie Davis coming up now. Short in the Vega. Shelbyville, Illinois, the home base. It's a 78 Vega. Your winner last week in Super Pros. 546 is his number. Taking on Donnie Davis. Old Dino over there pit side, 624 the dial. Better light for Dale Short. He'll be your winner. 546 with a 9 on his 546. Dale Short picks up the round win. Donnie Davis 5 off 629 on the 624 at 104. Walt Edwards, the Black Magic Dragster. He is from Charleston. He thinks he's going to go 568. His competition from Decatur, the Bad Pond Racing Pontiac Firebird of Joel Leisher. Leisher with a 688 dial. Leisher's night is done here in round 3. He goes red. Walt Edwards for the win. Walt Edwards 573 on the 568. Good enough for the win. Leisher red light starts 693 at 97. Tommy Harlan, the Hitman. Runner out of Mattoon, Illinois in his 77 Camaro. He's got a 657 there on the window. Taking on Larry Zahn. How about the Nova over there pit side? Zahn with a 598 dial. Off they go at the stripe. Which Chevy's going to be? It's going to be the Nova of Larry Zahn. 598 with an 8 on the 598. He's dead on with an 8. Harlan, in a losing effort, goes dead on with a 7. 657 with a 7 on the 657. Better light for Larry Zahn. The dragster out of Mattoon, Illinois. Bob Cheney built that chassis. Hopper has maintained it ever since. 406 small block behind the driver. 516 still on the dial-in board for the dragster. Junior Dragsters, lane 9. Junior Dragsters, lane 9. Hopper way off the tree there. But how about a 516 with a 4 on the 516? 131 for the speed. Tom Wagner first up. The 2008 Lincoln MKX. Out of Decatur, 1046 to dial in. Tom in the JT Muffler lane. Kelly Edwards, she's in the Cedar City Motors lane.
How ironic.
Exactly. Sponsored by Cedar City Motors. I think she's got some connection to the business. 1006 is Kelly's dial-in. Both of them clean and green as they head down track. One driver's got about a 1/10 of a second advantage. They both tagged the brakes. Wagner had the better light. He's your winner. 10:55 on the 10:46. Tom Wagner taking the win here tonight. 10:01 for Kelly Edwards, the breakout pit side. So Tom Wagner, your winner tonight in the Motion Raceway Street Eliminator. Jerry Decker, Dakota Kennedy, coming up right now. Decker with a 955 dial in. That's the Camaro closest to me here in the tower. Dakota Kennedy, that's the Dodge Dakota pickup closest to you on the pit side. 10:05 to dial in over there. 10:05 minus 9:55. That's a 1 bulb head start for Dakota Kennedy. So, Jerry Decker with a 001 light, good enough for the win. How about that? 1/1000th from a perfect package. Dialed at a 9:55. He went 9:55.00, dead on 00, and he went 001 on the tree. 1/1000th of a second from a perfect package for Jerry Decker. Chris Crabtree, Brittany Roderick coming up now. Mustangs a pair. Crabtree off and running. 10:38 to dial in. Brittany Roderick trying to hit that 769. Roderick 773 on the 769 at 81. Crabtree 10:45 and done at 68. Larry Hodge, tower side. Corvette over there pit side. Hodge with a 633 dial in, 659 for the vet. Huh? Yeah, I know. Larry Hodge off and running. Big time advantage on the starting line. Hodge, your winner. 640 on his 633 at 93. The breakout pit side. 657 on the 659. Too quick for the Corvette. Coming up now, this is Nikki Little. Terry Richards. Little in the Dodge Challenger. 875 is her number. For Terry Richards, 711 the lucky number over there. For Terry Richards. Sportsman cars, you should all be in the lanes. Juniors, you should be in the lanes as well. For Nikki Little, 7,000's too quick. She goes red. Terry Richards will move on. Richards with a 747 on the 711. But the red lights start for Nikki Little and an 884 at 82. Chris in the Camaro out of Paxton, Illinois. McCarran makes the tow down from Joliet to race his 79 AMC Spirit. 778 is his dial in. Gets the head start by about a half a bulb. Chris Thompson coming after him in the 68 Camaro. Finish line says Thompson for the win. McCarran breaks out. He goes 3 under 775 on the 778. Thompson safe by 1, 761 on the 760 at 88. Thompson is your winner. Tony Lyons, Terry Willard coming up now. Lyons, 786 the dial in on the Ford Probe. For Terry Willard, 722 the number. Off they go. Advantage Willard as they head down track. Little blipping of the throttle. He gets the win, 726 on the 722. Willard takes the win. For Lyons, one off 787 on the 786. Better light there for Terry Willard. Sportsman round 3 starts out with the battle of the wagons. The Care Wagon, tower side. 82 Buick wagon. driven by Rosalie Noble. You see Terry out in front of the car helping Rosalie find the starting line. Rosalie with a 9:59 dial in. Her competition, that's Ron Veach in his 63 Nova wagon. Veach also from Charleston. He's trying to go 8:23. He gets to play catch up as Rosalie will get the head start. Rosalie down track. Here comes Ron Veach. A lot of ground to make up. Can he get it done? No. Rosalie holds him off for the win. Rosalie 9:61 on the 9:59, 69 for the speed. Veach 3 off, 8:26 on the 8:23. Walt Edwards Jr. coming up now. Charleston, Illinois, the Nissan Maxima with a 1081 dial. Taking on Leah Othout. She's trying to go 879. Leah heads down track, trying to catch Walt. Big end of the track. It is Leah Othout for the win. Double breakout win for her. 878 with a 9 on the 879. She is 1 thou too quick. He's 2 under 1079 on the 1081. Ron Veach Sr. Ron Sr. over here in the Pontiac Solstice. 851 is the dial in. Aaron Enlow, 1005 the number for the runner out of Lerna, Illinois in the Dodge Dakota pickup. Pro Cars 7 and 8. Pro Cars 7 and 8. That is a lane change for you. Pro Cars 7 and 8. Away they go. Enlow down track. Here comes Veach trying to make up ground. He's on the brakes already. Gives up the stripe and the win. Enlow goes dead on 1005 on the 1005. Veach had the better light by about 1/10 of a second, but goes 862. Ryan Thompson and Katie Beeson coming up now. Thompson out of Paxton, Illinois, 849 the dial in. Katie B with an 873. Her Camaro pit side. Pro Cars 7 and 8. Pro Cars to 7 and 8. At the finish line, the double breakout win going to Ryan Thompson. He goes 848 with a 9 on his 849. She goes 872 with a 7, so 2 thousandths the difference on the double breakout. Cody Dawson alongside the Chevelle. No information in the computer on the Chevelle, but we know it's trying to go 873. Dawson with a 1096 dial. And the night done for the Chevelle. The red lights start. Automatic winner is Cody Dawson. His GTO shuts off the timers to a 1094. That's too quick, doesn't matter. 1094 on the 1096 for the Chevelle. Breakout 867 at 81. Here's Kelly Edwards. Kyle Wright coming up. Wright over there on the scooter. 16 flat the dial in. For Kelly Edwards, 1006 the number. So almost exactly 6 seconds head start for Kyle Wright. I don't remember what that looked like. Yeah, if she didn't break out, she would have won. So Kelly looking at the tail light there. Kyle Wright, he's looking back around looking for her. A lot of looking around going on. And Kyle Wright gets to look up at his wind light. Kelly breaks out. She goes 10.05 with an 8 on her 10.06. For Kyle Wright, 16.22 on the 16 flat. 16.22 on the 16 flat. Kyle Wright, your winner. The $1 Million Malibu over here. This is going to be Christy Yielding, and she'll get the bye run into the next round, as it looks like Robert Soper cannot make the call. Competition single. He is leaking, so Christy gets to move on. Tough break there for Bob Soper. Christy with an 8.29 dial-in. She'll move one round closer to the money. 8.35 on her 8.29 at 80 miles per hour. Rodney Matthews dialed in a an 8.95. He's in the pit lane, Cedar City Motors lane. Brady Curry, 7.68 to dial in. Happy Gilmore, turn on your radio. Happy Gilmore, turn on your radio. And the red bulb there for Rodney Matthews. Brady Curry with the automatic win. Curry 7.65 on his 7.68. He breaks out. Doesn't matter. Rodney Matthews, red light start 9.95. Off pace on the 8.95. Coasting through to a 49. Ryan Fuller up on the Hayabusa. Out of Clinton. Taking on Nick Harlan. Harlan. Old Nick at Night, pit side from Danville, 7.65 the dial in over there. 7.50 tower side for Ryan Fuller. Pretty close off the starting line. Win light's going to be for Nick Harlan. Harlan 7.70 on his 7.65, 91 for the speed. Ryan Fuller 7.59 on the 7.50. This is Clayton Patrick alongside Dwayne True. Patrick with a 7.76 dial, True with an 8 flat. Car number's wrong, but it doesn't matter at this point. It's a, Off they go. Big end, it's going to be Patrick for the win. He had a 7.98 on his 7.76. He had 0.2 in the bank. True goes 8.07 on his 8 flat at 87. Eric Cooper coming up now. Martinsville, Illinois, the home base for the 74 Vega. Your 2010 Sportsman track champion here at Coles County, taking on Scott Pickens. Pickens from Marshall, Illinois, 8.35 the dial. Down track they go. Finish line says Scott Pickens for the win, 8.40 on the 8.35 at 79. Pickens is your winner. Cooper, 7.72 and out at 88. Dan McCarron coming out of the water box here in just a second. 79 AMC Spirit. He is from Joliet, Illinois. He thinks he's going to go 7.76. His competition over there on the scooter, $15.95 to dial in for Harold Wright from Ashmore, Illinois. Little race car over here, tower side, is for sale. If you want a unique project car, here it is. Harold Wright heads down track. Here comes Dan McCarron. McCarron reels him in, but he breaks out. The double breakout there for Harold Wright. He goes 15.94 on the 15.95. Dan McCarron breaks out by 3, 7.73 on the 7.76. So Harold Wright comes back for round 4. Coming up now, this is going to be Chris Thompson and Tony Lyons. Thompson with a 760 dial in, Lyons 786. Away they go. Finish line. Win light comes on for Tony Lyons. Division III champ picks up a round win here, 787 on his 786. He is your winner. Chris Thompson out here, but in a losing effort goes dead on with a 7, 760 with a 7 at 88. Cassie Edwards Wilson alongside Terry Adams. Cassie with an 851 dial, Terry with an 860. Too close to call off the starting line. It's Cassie Edwards Wilson for the win, 857 on her 851 at 78. Adams goes a 10th off, 870 on the 860 at 78. Button. Christopher Mullins, Blake Lee, 797 the dial in for Mullins, 898 for Blake Lee. Last call for Rogers Fries. You want some of them homemade fries down there? This is your last call. Rogers Fries getting set to close up. Big end of the track. It is Christopher Mullins moving on to the next round. 799 on the 797. Mullins is your winner. Blake Lee, 904. 6 off of it is 898 at 66. Ryan Louderback, Mechanicsburg, Illinois, 790 the dial-in, taking on Austin Romine. Romine, the Millennium Race Cars chassis entry, out of Atwood with an 894 dial. 2 races in a row, it's been about a 1 second head start. This time Romine gets to leave first. Louderback will be chasing him down. Motion Raceway top eliminator to 3 and 4. Motion Raceway top eliminator 3 and 4. Red light start for Romine. Automatic win's going to go to Ryan Louderback. Louderback with a 786 on the 790. A little bit too quick for Louderback. 9 flat for Austin Romine. 900 at 72. And the red light start. Kenzer Lee, Lane Brickey coming up now. This is the Junior Dragster Consolation. Kenzer Lee with a 1294. Lane Brickey 943. So Sportsman 5 and 6, Pro in 7 and 8. Super Pro to 1 and 2. Motion Raceway Top Eliminator to 3 and 4. Kinzer lead, big time starting line advantage. Kinzer breaks out. Lane Brickey, your winner, 962 on the 943. Kinzer breaks out 1283 on the 1294 at 49. Kinzer had the better light, but Lane, your winner. Kaylee Louderback off and running on her 790 dial. And for Kaylee, 785. 785 picking up a little performance here. 785 at 83.
Next up here, it's Ralph Craig, Tower Side, the cheater out of Charleston. He's dialed in 688, 434 small block under that Pontiac. He's up against Ron Veach. Ron Veach out of Charleston also. Dialed in 824, going to have a 2-second head start in the 63 Nova wagon.
Why do you call it the cheater?
Because it's just. You always watch him as a cheater. Take it easy on the old man. Sound like you're a cheater.
14, Cassie Edwards has the bike. That for 1-4, and Cassie is carrying. Copy.
And Veach is going to carry it on the tree. They'll get to the big end. Ralph Craig chasing him down, but Veach takes the win. Veach 826 with an O on his 824, running 79 mile an hour. Ralph Craig 688, and I believe that was dead on at 97, but a little late on the tree. Veach will take the win. Next up, Kim Chase here, Tower Side out of Gibson City, the 69 Plymouth Barracuda. He's dialed in 715, up against, that is a good friend of the Willenberg family, dialed in 670 out of Dietrich in the 68 Dodge Dart. Tough luck for the Dart, 499 with a 1 red. As he runs dead on, almost a perfect package, 670 on his 670, but 499 red. Chase, 536 safe on the tree as he runs dead on also, 715 with a 5 on his 715, and he'll go to the next round. Next up, it's Kate Spires out of Clinton, 745 dial in on the 66 Nova. Here Tower Side, up against Mikey Robinson there, pit side, 96 Mustang out of Arcola. He's dialed in 724. And Robinson's carrying about a second on the tree. 100th. He'll get there. 730 on his 724, 6 off, but he takes the win. Cade runs 746, 1 off on his 745, but a little late on the tree. Next up, pit side, that's Joe Hyde. He's out of Lincoln, the 67 Chevy Camaro, 427 under the hood. He's dialed in 728. Up against Kim Niemeyer out of Humboldt, the 97 Mustang, dialed in 658. Both almost identical on the tree, but Niemeyer will take the win. Niemeyer dead on with a 1, 658 with a 1 on his 658 for Kim Niemeyer as he takes the win. Joe, 726 breaking out on his 728. Next up, Mark Manley out of Paxton, 68 Camaro. Nick Harlan there, pit side with a little bit newer, 97 Camaro out of Danville. Nick dialed in 765, Mark 653. Nick carrying quite a bit on the tree, and Mark getting a little squirrely. Nick takes the win, 765 dead on with a 7 at 82. Mark 6:53, dead on also with an 8 at 1:03, but Nick takes the win. Next up, pair of newer racers to the pro category this year, but both doing very excellent tonight. It's Eddie Norcraft, tower side. He's out of Sullivan, 748 his dial, the 75 Pontiac, up against Jesse Brandt. Jesse Brandt out of Mattoon, the winner of Sportsman last year. He's dialed in 790, upgrading to the Oldsmobile. Almost identical on the tree, but one breaks out. Eddie's going to break out 745 with a 4 on his 748. So he goes 38 on the tree. Jesse a bit quicker, 35 on the tree. 787 his run, and it was 001 at the finish as Jesse takes the win. Terry Willard here, tower side. He's in the 80 Camaro. Adam Mattoon dialed in 722. Nikki Little there pit side in the beautiful Dodge Challenger. She's dialed in 880. Willard killing down the tree, and he takes the win. 724 on his 722, 2 off, but he'll take the win. Nikki 872 breaking out on her 880 at 82. Next up, Max Lang here, tower side, the 40 Willies out of Charleston, 646 the dial, up against Tony Lyons, running a second slower. He's 786 the dial. He's out of Ashcombe in the Mustang. Lyons just a touch better. He keeps staying ahead, and he'll take the win. 788, 2 off on his 786 at 87. Max 645 with an O on his 646, breaking out by 1 thou. Reminder in the pits, all winners in all classes, please report back to the staging lanes at this time. All winners in all classes report to the lanes to cool. Next up for a single, that's Corey Butler. Out of Bement, dialed in 745.
Next Sunday. We're racing points next Sunday.
Yeah,
Never mind.
we talked about that once already tonight.
Corey gets down there, clicks off the timer, 746 with a 2 on his 745 at 89. Next up, pit sides, Chad Lance out of Gibson City, dialed in 587 in his 33 Willies. He's up against Matt Cheney. Matt Cheney dialed in 675 in the 89 S10. That truck's been giving him some troubles for a couple years. So he had the hard luck winning award last year. Looking for it again this year as he's been breaking down a couple times. But we'll see if he can keep it together and make a pass down the track. Well, the truck did him some good. He kills the tree. Chad not too far behind, but Cheney is going to take the win. Cheney, 673, breaking out with a 9 on his 675, but he's 18 on the tree. Chad, 585 with an 8 on his 587. Just 1/1000th of a second behind him as far as breaking out. But Matt's going to take the win. Next up, Larry Zahn. He's pit side out of Champaign, the 598 dial-in on his 72 Chevy. He's up against Tim Purcell out of Decatur, the 675 dial on his 72 Chevy Nova SS. Zahn carrying about 300ths on the tree, and he will take the win. 007 at the finish for Zahn. 600 running 2 off on his 598. Tim, 675 with an O on his 675, dead on, but he lost 300ths on the tree and therefore loses 007 at the finish. Next up, it's Jason English there, pit side on the Suzuki motorcycle. He's out of Metcalf, dialed in 602. Next to him, that's Walt Edwards, tower side in the Mystic Dragster. This Dragster making it out for the first time this year. It's been out a few years ago, brand new to the track, and he's been killing it every weekend, looking to put his daughter in there. He's dialed in 572. Only 100th left on the tree, but Walt will take the whole shot win. He goes 572. 572 dead on with a 9 as he has a 33 reaction. Jason, 24 on the tree, but just a touch off as he goes 606 on his 602. 0-2 at the finish. Next up pit side, that's Mark Hopper, the 98 dragster out of Mattoon. 516 his dial. He's up against Vic Seeley out of Lerna. 575 the dial in for that 74 Camaro. Seeley carrying about 100th on the tree, and he takes the win. 576, one off on his 575. Hopper also one off, 517 on his 516. 004 at the finish as Seeley carries the light and takes the win. Next up, it's Dale Short. Short, tower side out of Shelbyville, dialed in 546 on his 78 Vega. He's up against Bob Paul, the King Rat himself. Pit side, dialed in 742. He's going to carry 2 seconds on the light. Again, very close on the tree. Short just a touch better. Short breaks out, so does Bob, but Short's going to take the win. Short goes 545 with a 9 on his 546. Almost dead on, just breaking out by 1 thou with the 20 light. Bob Paul, 740 with a 2 on his 742, breaking out by 2, 007 at the finish as he cuts a 29 reaction time. Attention in the pits, there is a golf cart behind the stands up here. If you could please move that golf cart at this time. There is a golf cart behind the stands. They are asking that you move that at this time. Next up, it's Jason McConnell here, tower side out of Humboldt, the 70 Nova, dialed in 552, up against Cody Willenborg. Cody smacks the wheel. He goes just a touch off. Jason carrying it by 100ths, and Jason takes the win. 553 with an 8 on his 552, 1 off. Cody, 620 on his 618, just 2 off, but he has a 40 light, gives the win to Jason. Again, there is a golf cart behind the stands. I believe they're needing it moved if you can. Next up, Tom Jameson out of Urbana, 558 the dial, his 87 IROC. He's up against Terry Willard, also in the Camaro. Out of Mattoon, dialed in 722. He's going to have a 2-second head start. Amazing Willard. 3 classes, and he double O's it on the tree. He takes the win. Jameson not far behind as he has 26 on the tray and runs 1 off. 559 on his 558. But Willard 725, 3 off. But takes the win. 009 at the stripe. Not only does Willard cut it deadly, but he also cuts it down at the end as he goes 009 at the finish. Next up, tower side, that's Doug Kennedy out of Decatur, 654 the dial in his Barracuda. He's up against Eric Cooper there on the bike, the 77 Kawasaki out of Martinsville, the 648 dial. Kennedy carrying about 300s on the trees. He goes 009. And he'll take the win, 0-1 at the finish as he goes 655 with a 1 on his 654, 1 off, but 009 on the light. Eric, 647 with a 3 at 104. Next up here, this is the final for our novice street category. Tower side, that's Jerry Decker out of Sullivan, dialed in 955, the 84 Camaro. Up against Brittany out of Mahomet, 770 the dial on the Mustang. And Brittany's going to take the win. Both go red, but Brittany goes red second, so she's going to take the automatic win. Gets down there 768 on her 770, breaking out by 2. As Jerry also breaks out by 4, 951 on his 955. Again, attention in the pits. All winners in all classes, please report back to the lanes to cool. Next up here, this is the Motion Raceway Top Eliminator semifinal action, as it's tower side Larry Hodge. Larry dialed in 632, up against Terry Richards out of Decatur, dialed in 716.
You're waiting on Willett. Coming on the racetrack tomorrow.
Hodge carrying quite a bit on the tree. He's going to cross it first, cuts it out. 642, 10 off on his 632. Doesn't matter, he'll take the win. Terry, 779. 779 way off, coasting at 94. Next up here is the hot lapper. That's Terry Willard. He's out of Mattoon, tower side, dialed in 724. Believe he just had a 00 light. Looks like he'll try to do it again. He's up against Chris Thompson, pit side, out of Paxton, dialed in 760 in the 68 Camaro. And Willard cutting the tree down as he'll take the win. Chris goes red. But Chris crosses first, 760, dead on. That's going to hurt. Dead on with a 4 on his 760. Doesn't matter. Terry will take the win. 868, coasting it down there at 55. 30 on the tree, but he'll come back up for another round.
Sportsman, how many cars left? 14.
Pulling up next here, it's Ryan Thompson, tower side out of Paxton. Dialed in 848 in his 79 Chevy. Up against Cody Dawson there, pit side. Adam Aiken, dialed in 1094. Is that right? You were 1094 with that thing?
Yeah.
What?
You don't brutalize it too much. It kind of eases it down the track. I don't know where they find those GTOs.
And Dawson's going to take the win. Ryan going red. Thompson gets down there, breaking out 841 with a 9 on his 848 dial. But Dawson takes the win, 1095, coasting it at 63. This is Sportsman, right?
This is
Next up's the Sportsman category. It's Aaron Inlow here, tower side out of Lerna, dialed in 1006, his 86 Dodge Dakota. Next to him is the Kyle Wright out of Ashmore, dialed in 1621 on the little scooter. Kyle's going to take it off, hit about half track, and maybe Aaron's will come down. There it goes.
Terry Willett.
Kyle actually carrying it on the tree. Oh. Kyle taps the brakes, but Aaron takes the win. Aaron, 10.05 with a 5, breaking out by 5 thou on his 10.06. Kyle breaking out 16.04 on his 16.21 at 38. Next up, another scooter. Pit side, that's Harold Wright, the father, out of Ashmore, dialed in 15.93, just a touch faster. He's up against Christy Yielding out of Humboldt, dialed in 8.34. She's going to have about a 7-second wait on the tree. Except, never mind, Harold goes red. So she's going to take just a hit at the tree to see how she does. Not too bad, 5:54 reaction time. Christy crosses first. She gets down there 8.33, breaking out with a 3 on her 8.34. Harold, 15.96. He had it dialed on his 15.93, but he goes red, giving the win to Christy. Next up, it's a pair of heavy hitters. Tower side, that's Rosalie Noble. Rosalie sponsors our draw organization out here. She's also a chairperson for that organization. She's dialed in 960 out of Charleston. Up against Nick Harlan out of Danville, dialed in 762 in the Chevy Camaro. Rosalie carrying a touch better on the tree. She stays ahead. Nick taps the brakes, but Rosalie takes the win. Rosalie 962 on her 960. Nick 764, 2 off on his 762. 0-1 at the finish for that race. Next up, Brady Curry, Tower Side, dialed in 765, his 67 Chevy. Good looking car out of Lincoln. He's up against Clayton Patrick there in the 97 Camaro, dialed in 777, about 1/100th or 1/10 of a difference. Brady's carrying on the tree about 400ths. But Brady breaks out, giving the win to Clayton. Clayton 781, 4 off on his 777. Brady 764, breaking out by 3 thou. 764 with a 7 on his 765.
Moving up now, this is going to be, I believe this is going to be Leah Othout over here. Leah and the Firebird taking on Scott Pickens, pit side. Run around of Marshall, Illinois. Over there in the Monte Carlo. Pickens goes red. Leah moves on. Leah Othout with an 882. 882 at 78. Scott Pickens red light start 837 at 79. Cassie Edwards Wilson and Tony Lyons. Coming up now. A couple of years ago, these two were 1 and 2 in points. Came down to the last round of the last race of the year to settle it. Tony Lyons picked up the championship that year. Cassie Edwards Wilson, 850 the dial in. Tony Lyons with a 789 dial. Advantage Lions as they head down track at the finish line. It's going to be Cassie, though, on the double breakout win. She goes 847 on the 8 on her 850. She breaks out by 3. Tony breaks out by 5, 784 on the 789. As it's going to be Christopher Mullins. Mullins Tower Side from Lincoln, Illinois. Mullins says 797 is the magic number. For Ryan Louderback, pit side, the Mechanicsburg runner trying to go 790. This is your final in the junior dragster category. All winners, all classes, back to the lanes. All winners, all classes, back to the lanes. Mullins is staged. Louderback tickles his way in there. Too close to call off the starting line. The finish line, it is Ryan Louderback for the win. 792 on the 790. He is 2 off. Christopher Mullins 5 off, 802 on the 799. 797, excuse me. So win light for Ryan Louderback here in our junior dragster race. Can his sister go all the way in the Ray Evans Consolation? Let's find out.
Junior winner, Ryan Louderback. Runner-up, Christopher Mullins.
So Kaylee Louderback, the other half of the Louder Brats. She is from Mechanicsburg. She's trying to go 790. Her competition, Lane Bricky, pit side from Beeson, Illinois, gets the head start. 9:49 will be the dial-in. Pit side for Lane Bricky. Winner here will claim the honors in the Ray Evans Consolation race. So red light start there for Kaylee Louderback. She went 008 red, 791 on her 790. Lane Bricky, your winner tonight in the Ray Evans Consolation race, 9:55 at 66 miles an hour. Congratulations to Lane Bricky, your winner here tonight in the Ray Evans Consolation. Kim Niemeyer out of Humboldt, Illinois, Tower Side. JT Muffler lane, 6:58 the dial-in. He'll line up alongside Ron Veach over there in the Cedar City Motors lane. Veach in the 63 Nova wagon. He's trying to go 8:24. Niemeyer staged and ready. Here comes Veach. Veach down track. Here comes Niemeyer. Veach with the better light, but Niemeyer picks up the win. Veach breaks out. He goes 5 under at 8:19 on his 8:24. Big time breakout for him. Niemeyer 6:58 with a 9, dead on with a 9 at 1:02. Kim Chase, Mikey Robinson coming up now. Chase out of Gibson City, Illinois, 7:15 the dial-in. Taking on Mikey Robinson. 7:24 is his number. So about a tenth of a second difference on the tree. Mikey, the runner out of Arcola, Illinois, in his Mustang. Kim shallow stages. Here comes Mikey. Chase and Robinson off and running. Kim Chase gets the win. Robinson breaks out. He goes 7:23 on his 7:24. He breaks out by 1. Chase is safe by 1. 7:16 on the 7:15 at 94. Corey Butler and Jesse Brandt come up now. Butler, Bement, Illinois, 7:45 the dial. For Jesse Brandt, he is from Mattoon. He's trying to go 7:89. This time around, it's Butler with the light, but Brandt for the win. 790 on his 789. Brandt is your winner. Corey Butler 3 off 748 on the 745. Nick Harlan and Tony Lyons coming up now. Lyons Tower Side from Ashcombe, Illinois. His Ford Probe trying to go 782. Nick Harlan, Nick at Night pit side with a 762 dial in. Ford Chevy matchup here. Lyons better on the tree, but Harlan picks up the other end. The double breakout win for Harlan. He goes 761 with a 9 on his 762. Lyons goes 781 with a 2 on his 782. So an 8th thou breakout worse than a 1 thou breakout. Here's Terry Willard, takes the green. He's going to back up. He is just wearing out that Camaro here tonight. Still in all 19 classes, I think. Maybe it's only 3. I'm not sure. Three classes, yeah. And he's still in all of them. How many left in Super Pro? Quarterfinals coming at you here in the Super Pro category, as Matt Cheney and Larry Zahn will match up here. 8 cars left in the category. Matt Cheney with a 673 dial in. Larry Zahn 598. Larry Zahn with his 598. He'll get to track down Matt Cheney. Cheney will get the head start. Cheney hustling down track. Here comes Zahn at the stripe. It's going to be Cheney hanging on for the win. 674 on his 673. Cheney, your winner. Larry Zahn 2 off 6 flat on his 598. Short from Shelbyville, Illinois. 546 the dial in there on the Short Racing Vega. 569 the number pit side for Walt Edwards. Short went 015, but Edwards went 006. The breakout for Dale Short took the stripe, and he broke out by 2, 544 on the 546. Walt Edwards, your winner, 571 on the 569. Walt Edwards is your winner. All right, in the water box right now, this is Jason McConnell and Vic Seeley. McConnell out of Humboldt, Illinois, 1970 Nova. So it will be a single after all, as Vic Seeley has some troubles. Greg, you don't need to do anything. Jason McConnell will get the single into the semis. 652 the dial in. Excuse me, 552 the dial in. 552. I can't read my own writing. McConnell hustles down track. 552 with a 7 on the 552 at 123. So for Vic Seeley, troubles there for the Camaro. We had to shut him off before he got to the starting line. It's like some fluid out of the car. Doug Kennedy, Terry Willard coming up now. Kennedy backs into the water box. The Mopar out of Decatur, Illinois, takes on Tom Jameson. Sorry, not Tom Jameson. Had that stuck in my brain. I was talking to Tom down there just a little while ago. Doug Kennedy and Terry Willard. That's your matchup. Kennedy, the Mopar, Tower Side out of Decatur. 654 the dial-in, taking on Terry Willard. His number is 721. Willard, pit side. Kennedy, Tower Side. Red light start for Doug Kennedy. 004 red for Kennedy. Willard moves on to the next round, semifinal round for Willard, 725 on the 721. Red light start and a 651 for Kennedy. Christy Yielding and Cody Dawson. First up. Yielding out of Humboldt, Illinois, 833 the dial in. Cody Dawson, Macon, Illinois, the home base over there, 1094 the number.
What's that bounty for the juniors?
I don't know. Hold on. Who was the bounty?
Austin Rumbine.
Do you need to know that right now?
Cody Dawson off and running. Here comes Christie Yielding. Dawson in trouble, Yielding with some room at the big end. Yielding for the win. 837 on the 833. The $1 Million Malibu moves on. Dawson in a losing effort goes dead on. 1094 with a 4 on the 1094 at 63.
Check for Super Pro. Tech Booth. Super Pro quarterfinals. Larry Zahn, Vic Seeley, Dale Short, and Doug Kennedy.
Here's Rosalie Noble, paired up alongside Aaron Inlow. Noble out of Charleston, Illinois. She's trying to go 961. Her 82 Buick, the Care Wagon, takes on Aaron Inlow. Inlow in the Dodge Dakota pickup truck from Lerna, Illinois. Aaron with a 1005 dial in. They're side by side. That's probably not a good sign for Inlow. Rosalie for the win, 962. 962 at 69. Inlow 1007 and done here in the quarters. Leah Oathout, Clayton Patrick coming up next. Patrick with the lucky 7, 777 the dial. Leah Oathout 881. Oathout down track in trouble. Patrick for the win. Oathout breaks out 873 on the 881. Clayton Patrick, your winner, 784 at 83. Cassie Edwards Wilson gets the bye run into the next round. Cassie with an 850 dial. Again, all winners, all classes back to the lanes. All winners, all classes back to the lanes.
Sportsman quarters.
849 on her 850 for Cassie Edwards Wilson. First up, Larry Hodge, Tower Side, JT Muffler Lane from LaPlace, Illinois, 632 the dial in. Takes on Terry Willard. Willard with a 725 dial in. Even at 1 o'clock in the morning, Larry Hodge will plant it on the back bumper for you. There they go. Here comes Hodge. Willard down track. Willard has a better light. Hodge breaks out. Willard takes the win. 725 with a 6 on the 725. Willard is your winner. For Larry Hodge, he breaks out. 631 on the 632. Willard went 010 on the tree, dead on with a 6. 16,000s package there for Terry Willard. Kim Chase out of Gibson City, 710 his dial. He'll use this as a time pass. For Kim Chase, it's going to be a 7:15. 7:15 at 94. Kim Niemeyer next up. JT Muffler Lane, Humboldt, Illinois. 6:58 the dial in. He'll be chasing down Jesse Brandt. In the 87 Olds Cutlass Supreme over there. Brandt from Mattoon, Illinois. As Sarah mentioned earlier, stepping up in class this year. Winner in Sportsman last year, in Pro now. 788 his number. Niemeyer tracking him down. Finish line says Kim Niemeyer for the win. Niemeyer 6:59 on the 6:58. He had the better light. Brandt breaks out by 5, holding him off, takes the stripe, breaks out by a big number, 783 on the 788 at 84. Terry Willard, and I believe that is Nick Harlan. Yep. Willard Tower side, Jay Brown's Camaro, 725 his dial in. There's Willard, 725 the dial in. Nick Harlan with a 762. And Willard, how about a 728 on the 725? Harlan, 763 on the 762. That tells you right there where that race was won on the starting line. Terry Willard had the better light, an 026 to an 046. Willard will advance to the semis. Jason McConnell and Matt Cheney. Jason McConnell, Tower Side, Humboldt, Illinois. 1970 Nova. 427 power under the hood, 552 on the window. He'll be taking on Matt Cheney. Cheney dialed in at a 674. The S10 pickup truck pit side out of Mattoon. So McConnell gets to move on to the final. Can he double up tonight? We'll find out. McConnell, 552 was his dial-in, 560 at 106. Red light start for Matt Cheney. Semi-finish for him, 674 with an O, dead on with an O, but he's a 490 red light. That'll get him. Terry Willard, his door slammer with a 725. Walt Edwards 569 the dial in. Walt will have to sit there and wait for about a second and a half, about a full tree. Another red light start. How about a 499 red for Walt Edwards? Terry Willard, 832 at 58. Clicks it off early. Red light start for Walt Edwards, 571 at 119. Christy Yielding, Humboldt, Illinois. She's trying to go 832. She's in the JT Muffler lane. Her competition, it's Rosalie Noble. At the wheel of the Care Wagon, the Noble Family Racing entry. Rosalie, representing draw, 961, her dial in. Christy helping out doing the 50-50 4 draw earlier tonight. Rosalie down track. Here comes Christy at the stripe. It's going to be Rosalie going to the final. Christy yielding, breaks out. She goes 5 under 827 on her 830. Rosalie 962 on the 961. So Rosalie Noble moves on to the final to take on one of these two. Either the Camaro of Clayton Patrick or the Camaro of Cassie Edwards Wilson. Clayton Patrick with a 779 dial. Cassie, she's got an 850 there on the windshield. Here comes Patrick. Got the better light. Taps the brakes, takes the win. Clayton Patrick on the double breakout. 778 with a 9 on the 779. 1 thou breakout there. Cassie Edwards Wilson 3 under 847 on her 850. So Clayton Patrick and Rosalie Noble match up in the final here in Sportsman. Kim Chase, Gibson City, Illinois, 715 the dial in. Takes on Terry Willard, 725. Laid it on there with a paintbrush. Chase is in trouble. Yep. Willard goes on to the final. 731 on the 725 for Terry Willard. Kim Chase breaks out. He goes 2 under 713 on the 715. So Willard will be back for the final in Pro, and Willard will be back for the final in Super Pro. Kim Niemeyer will get the bye run into the final. So Kim Niemeyer and Terry Willard matches up in the final in Pro.
Did he copy Kim Chase?
Yes, I did.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
Well, Niemeyer was ready on the tree. 003 on the tree, 657 on the 658, 104. Kim Niemeyer. He's all tuned up for the Pro final. Here's Clayton Patrick, Towerside, Mattoon, Illinois. Clayton with a 776 dial-in. His 97 Camaro, JT Muffler Lane, pairs up with Rosalie Noble. Cedar City motor side of the track from Charleston, Illinois. The Care Wagon, 82 Buick LeSabre wagon, dialed in at a 961. Rosalie goes red. Clayton Patrick with the automatic win. Clayton Patrick will hustle down track. 776 with a 5. Dead on with a 5. Clayton Patrick, your winner. For Rosalie Noble, 962 on the 961. There are the numbers. 962 on the 961 for Rosalie at 69 miles per hour. So congratulations to Clayton Patrick, your winner here today in Sportsman. 2 finals left. 5:51 the dial in for Jason McConnell, Tower Side from Humboldt, Illinois. His competition from Mattoon, that is Terry Willard, driving Jay Brown's Camaro. I think he's found a dial in he likes, 725. So for Willard, no triple. As he runner-ups here tonight, McConnell out the back door. McConnell with the automatic win, 584 at 90 miles an hour. Willard goes red here in the final of Super Pro. Kim Niemeyer, Humboldt, Illinois, Tower Side of the track, JT Muffler lane, 6:58 the dial in. Terry Willard, the Z28 Camaro, Jay Brown's car, pit side over there, 725 the number. I know he had to think long and hard about that. Willard off and running. Here comes Niemeyer. Niemeyer's got the light. He'll pick up the win. So Kim Niemeyer, 661 on the 658 at 99 miles an hour. Terry Willard, look at that number. Runner-up here tonight, but Willard dialed it a 725, just like he's done all night. What do you think the car ran? 725 00. Dead on 00 in the last race of the night for Terry Willard. But the better light for Kim Niemeyer gave him some room at the big end, and he is your winner.